All right, good evening. I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council's November 28th special City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. I'd like to begin with roll call and introduce the City Council members and staff present this evening. I have our Vice Mayor, Cecilia Taylor, Council members Drew Combs, Maria Dorr, and Betsy Nash. Staff present include our City Manager, Justin Murphy, our Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stolte, our City Attorney, Nira Doherty, and our City Clerk, Judy Heron. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited depending on the number of speakers we have. City Clerk Heron, can you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our November 28th special City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on this special meeting agenda item C1, after the mayor calls for comment on that item. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. If you are participating in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card, that back table, and return to me at the clerk's desk. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. We have one item on our agenda, our special agenda this evening, and that is our public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. And tonight's public hearing is C1, adopt resolutions to amend the City of Menlo Park General Planned Land Use Element and El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan, and introduce and waive the first reading of ordinances to amend the zoning ordinance, Title 16 of the Municipal Code, and zoning map to implement zoning-related programs in the adopted 2023-2031 housing element, to modify the Affordable Housing Overlay, also known as the AHO, to allow residential densities up to 150 units an acre in combination with state density bonus law, create new opportunities for residential and mixed-use opportunities by modifying certain existing non-residential zoning districts and combining certain commercial zoning districts to create a new CMU, Neighborhood Mixed-Use Zoning District, increase densities in the R3 zoning district around downtown and for sites over 100,000 square feet in size, and increase lot coverage in the R3 and R4 zoning districts, increase densities and modify development standards in the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan area, allow ministerial review of reuse sites, create a new residential overlay to create additional residential development potential for certain parcels, and allow family daycare homes by right in residential districts, and rezone certain properties associated with the changes as applicable, and determine the proposed amendments are consistent with the previously certified subsequent environmental impact report under the California Environmental Quality Act. California Environmental Quality Act. I almost got to the end. And this is all in staff report CC 25823. And here to introduce all of that is our principal planner, Tom Smith, and our community development director, Deanna Chow. Good evening, Mr. Smith and Ms. Chow.
Good evening, Mayor Willison and council members. Thank you. I have a presentation that I will pull up. The purpose of this evening's meeting is regarding the implementation of housing element related zoning programs. And for this evening's meeting, staff recommends adoption of resolutions and that the council introduce and waive the first reading of proposed ordinances related to the housing element programs that would implement zoning changes. Resolutions, if adopted, become effective immediately, and ordinances require a second reading and adoption at a regular council meeting, and they become effective 30 days after adoption. In this case, adoption of these housing element related zoning changes must occur by January 31st of 2024 to comply with state law, or the city would be subject to certain repercussions from that. As for a meeting format, staff recommends that the council receive, ask clarifying questions, and then receive public comment and discuss the proposed amendments, which you may wish to address individually, or you can also discuss them and act upon them in a bundled format as well. A little bit of background. The City Council adopted the housing element on January 31st of this year. And the housing element is a plan for the city's housing needs for an 8-year planning period from 2023 to 2031. It includes an inventory of sites that could support the development of housing during that time. And it also includes goals and policies and programs to improve equity and reduce disparities in housing throughout the community. City's regional housing needs allocation, which we call RHNA for short, is nearly 3,000 units through 2031. And of those units, almost 1,500 must be affordable at the lower and moderate income levels. The housing element contains programs that commit the city to implement zoning changes by January 31st of 2024 to help the city meet its RHNA during the next 8 years. And most recently, on November 6th, the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the proposed resolutions and ordinances as recommended by staff by a vote of 4-0. Since that time, there have been 4 minor cleanup items, changes that were made following the recommendation from the Planning Commission for increased clarity and consistency. And those are described in the staff report on pages C-1.3 and C-1.4. You can see here a list of the proposed zoning and general plan amendments, and they're laid out by staff report attachments A through I. Each attachment does have, well, I should say not every attachment, but certain attachments have exhibits that are attached as well that include either maps, some text amendments, things like that, that relate to the overall resolution or ordinance. Each attachment is considered a separate ordinance or resolution, and they can be acted on individually by the council or in combination as desired. So I'll go briefly through these programs. The first one is staff report attachment A would be updating the affordable housing overlay, which we call the AHO, to incentivize development of affordable units up to 150 dwelling units per acre for 100% affordable development. The second program, attachment B, would be to modify non-residential zoning districts to allow mixed use and residential development with a density of 30 dwelling units per acre or more in certain cases. Attachment C would be to allow development of up to 30 dwelling units per acre for R3 parcels around downtown, 20 dwelling units per acre for all R3 parcels over 10,000 square feet, and increasing lot coverage to 55% for all R3 and R4 zones. Attachment F would be to modify the specific plan to increase densities up to 100 dwelling units per acre at the bonus level of development and changing other development regulations proportionally. Attachment G would be to allow ministerial review for 5 sites that didn't develop with housing during the previous housing element planning period on the condition that they provide at least 20% of units affordable to lower income households. And then attachment H would be to amend the zoning ordinance to create a new residential overlay that would allow residential development on 5 sites where the underlying zoning or conditional development permit would otherwise not allow it. And finally, attachment I would allow all family daycare homes as permitted uses in all residential zoning districts in the city. As mentioned, the 3 resolutions that are listed here in the final column, the 4th column of this table, would become effective immediately upon adoption. And they have an asterisk next to the end of the word resolution there. And ordinances require a second reading and adoption at a regular city council meeting. So if council took action this evening, then potentially December 5th would be the second reading of those ordinances. then they would become effective 30 days after adoption. So the remainder of the presentation is going to give an overview of the actions that are listed in this table in order following how it's laid out in the staff report. So first would be Housing Element Program H4D, the Affordable Housing Overlay. The AHO is designed to encourage development of affordable units for lower income households, and it includes all housing element inventory sites and R3 around downtown sites, in addition to the specific plan area and R4S AHO properties where it currently exists. It would be modified to work in combination with state density bonus law on a site as requested by HCD. Currently, they are considered separately, but would now be combinable. So the requirements to qualify for the AHO, a project would need to have 5 or more units total. And of those units, 20% or more would need to be affordable to lower incomes. And then of those 20% of units affordable to lower incomes, 25% or more of the units must be affordable to very low and or extremely low income households, or 15% of the units must be affordable to extremely low income households. If a development were to use the AHO only, the maximum density bonus would be 60% for mixed income developments and up to 80% for all affordable housing development. And if the AHO and state density bonus law were to be used in combination on a project, 65% would be the combined maximum density bonus for a mixed income development, and 150 dwelling units per acre would be the combined maximum density bonus for 100% affordable development. So a little bit different, whereas the previous ones are percentages unit increases. For the maximum 100% affordable development, 150 dwelling units per acre would be the achievable density bonus. This map shows the proposed new CMU, which is the Neighborhood Mixed Use District Zone properties. And these parcels are mainly located along the Willow Road corridor, but include a row of parcels along Burgess Drive, adjacent to the Burgess Park campus here, a cluster of C2 parcels at Minalto, and a couple of other scattered sites. These parcels are primarily small sites adjacent to single-family residential neighborhoods, and the Neighborhood Mixed Use District would allow residential development at 30 dwelling units per acre, and its basic zoning regulations for residential or mixed-use development would be maximum building coverage of 60%. The FAR for multiple dwelling units would increase up to 0.9 or 90% for 30 dwelling units per acre. So it'd proportionally scale up or down from that 0.9 at 30 dwelling units per acre. The floor area ratio for mixed residential and commercial developments would not be able to exceed 1.10. And the height of structures would not be able to exceed 30 feet, except for a mixed use structure, which would be allowed up to 40 feet in height. Non-residential uses would be a required component of a development on these sites, except on housing element inventory sites that are needed to meet lower income RHNA, in which case state law has some certain provisions that I'll cover later on that would apply to those sites. Design standards and green and sustainable building provisions would also be included, and those are similar and modeled on existing requirements that we have currently in the Bayfront zoning districts. You can see on this map, continuing the discussion of new mixed-use opportunities, there are certain commercial districts that would be granted an additional increment to provide residential uses. And so those are the C1, C1C, and C2 districts. And these parcels are generally larger sites along Sand Hill Road and in the vicinity of Willow and Middlefield Roads. These districts would remain as is with the following general regulations. So for non-residential uses, the existing FAR would remain. The FAR for multiple dwelling units, very similar with the Neighborhood Mixed Use District, would increase on an even gradient up to 0.9 for 30 dwelling units per acre. The FAR for mixed-use developments would be allowed the maximum of each component. So say for a district where it allows a 0.25 FAR, and they could combine that then with the 0.9 for residential uses, and they would be able to achieve I think 1.15 FAR total. The FAR for mixed use developments would be allowed, coverage and height for mixed use and residential development would be allowed increases. And there are some differences, particularly for the C2 district, which is shown on the map as sort of this purple parcel. And in that case, in response to previous council comments and what we've heard from the public and the Planning Commission, the maximum height would be increased to 60 feet for that particular parcel, and the density would be also increased to 60 dwelling units per acre. And then for that particular site, replacement of existing non-residential uses on the site would be a requirement as part of the redevelopment. And design standards and green and sustainable building provisions is very similar to the existing Bayfront requirements, and then those also being implemented for the neighborhood mixed use district would be required for these parcels as well. On this map, you can see in red, we have a certain subset of office zoned properties in the Bayfront area. And for these parcels, there would be a new housing section added to the particular chapter where these are regulated. And it would set a maximum residential density of 30 dwelling units per acre and a maximum residential of FAR of 90%, with a maximum mixed use FAR of 145%. The maximum height for this area would be 40 feet, and the design standards would include design standards for residential uses in addition to those already required for the office district. It does have its own existing development standards that would design standards that would need to apply, and the green and sustainable building requirements already apply in this district as well. Moving on to the next program, H4J. This is looking at maximizing development, particularly in the R3 districts, but we'll touch on some R4 district changes as well. This map shows R3 parcels around downtown in this darker gray color. Lighter gray color is the El Camino Real downtown specific plan area. So for these particular parcels, we propose to remove references to the 10,000 square foot lot requirement, to increase lot coverage to 55% as requested by HCD, and adjust maximum paving and landscape requirements to 20% and 25% respectively, removing the parking minimums for developments within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop as required by state law, including a minimum 12.5% private or shared open space requirement as part of the overall 25% landscaping requirement on a lot, and then allowing lots of 100,000 square feet or more, a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre as shown here on this map. And that would apply to the former flood school site. And then there's also a site on Coleman Avenue that's over 100,000 square feet, to which 20 dwelling units per acre would be the achievable density. This map shows the R3 and R4 districts across the city. For all of these districts, as requested by HCD, we would be increasing lot coverage to 55% from the current percentages that are allowed. And since publication of the staff report, staff has identified one additional recommended change. So that's for attachment E, page C-1.91. Hopefully you can read here in red, the proposed change. So I'll read it out for you. For all R3 zoned properties around the El Camino Real downtown specific plan area, in the minimum lot area column, it's been reduced from 10,000 square feet to 7,000 square feet. to match the other R3 properties. And then it's the next row down from that for the minimum lot dimensions. We're recommending that those be adjusted to mirror what's allowed for all other R3 properties as well. So it'd be 70 feet wide by 100 feet deep for lots less than 10,000 square feet in area, and 80 feet wide by 100 feet deep for lots greater than 10,000 square feet in area. Moving on to the specific plan amendments, should be program H4L. So in the specific plan area, the densities of all 10 zoning subdistricts are proposed to be modified with densities of at least 30 dwelling units per acre or more, which HCD has deemed appropriate to accommodate housing for lower income households. And that is called the default density, the 30 dwelling units per acre. You can see in these columns with the gray header, these are the densities from the existing specific plan, and the columns that have the sort of teal header are a new density increase option that was selected in response to comments that we received at previous City Council and Planning Commission study sessions. And the text in blue, the densities listed here, those are the densities, existing densities less than 30 dwelling units per acre, which do not meet HCD's default density requirements. And so the second set of columns, the teal columns, show that we are increasing those densities above 30 dwelling units per acre in every case to comply with HCD's requirements. And generally, we've increased those densities by 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre since the last City Council study session that was held in August on this topic. And in the station area sub-districts, densities have been increased by 20 to 40 dwelling units per acre. And then the final two rows of this table, the El Camino Real Southeast and El Camino Real Northeast residential emphasis. If you'll recall, in August, those were not proposed to be modified, but since that time, we are now including those density increases. This is a map of the existing specific plan sub-districts. As shown in the last slide, all 10 zoning sub-districts are proposed to be modified with a minimum permitted density of 40 dwelling units per acre or more, up to 100 dwelling units per acre at the bonus level. And it's a little bit hard to read here, but included in the packet is a copy of this map showing the increases in FAR and densities that correspond with the previous table that I had showed here. In addition, in the specific plan area, the limit of 680 residential units would be removed. A minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre would be established to set a basic floor for residential development. Minimum parking requirements would comply with AB 2097, which generally prohibits minimum parking requirements within 1/2 mile of a transit stop or low VMT area. So here's a map of those parcels that are located within 1/2 mile from major transit. And then one other additional change that we are recommending since publication of the staff report for Exhibit A of Attachment F on page C-1.117. We're proposing to modify note number 5 to clarify that maximum FAR for offices and medical offices shall be based on the non-residential base or public benefit bonus FAR in all sub-districts. And the maximum shall not be increased with use of the residential or mixed use FAR allowance or the step-up base or step-up public benefit FAR provisions. So trying to provide some additional clarity there, essentially locking in allowances for office and medical office at the existing FARs in the specific plan area, not able to take advantage of those increases that would be provided for those developments adding residential uses. Program H4Q of the housing element deals with reuse sites. So this program would allow 5 housing element inventory sites that were included in prior housing elements, but did not develop with housing during those planning periods, which is called a reuse site, to be processed ministerially, meaning that they would not be subject to a discretionary review or hearings by the Planning Commission or City Council if they propose residential development with at least 20% of the units affordable to lower income households. And these provisions of the program are a requirement of state law and would be included in the zoning ordinance. And so those 5 sites are shown here: 700 El Camino Real, 1100 Alma Street, 1436 El Camino Real, 1149 El Camino Real, and 796 Live Oak Avenue. Program H4T of the housing element deals with residential overlay. And so the zoning changes would allow residential and or mixed use development with a density of up to 30 dwelling units to occur on nearly all sites in the housing inventory. But there are 5 sites subject to unique circumstances, such as developments with CDP regulations that do not allow additional residential uses on the sites, or sites in non-residential zoning districts like PF, public facilities, which is not proposed to be changed as part of this effort. Program H4T commits to create a new residential overlay to allow and encourage new or additional residential development on the 5 housing element inventory sites without requiring removal of existing development or where the underlying zoning may not allow those residential uses. And so we're proposing a new chapter of chapter 16.95 of the zoning ordinance to implement that. And the 5 applicable parcels would be 2200 Sand Hill Road, 345 Middlefield Road, which is 1 site comprised of 2 parcels, 350 Sharon Park Drive, which is also a 2-parcel site, and then 600 Sharon Park Drive, which is also a 2-parcel site. And then finally, program H2F would allow child daycare homes by right in residential areas in compliance with state law. So I wanted to go over one additional aspect of the staff report. It's under a subheading called Key Provisions of State Law. And so it's important to think in relation to all of the programs that I just discussed. For the housing element inventory sites that are designated to meet lower income RHNA, state law requires that in mixed use developments, residential uses must be 50% or more of the total floor area ratio. 100% residential development is allowed for the amount of acreage identified in the housing element site inventory for those sites. And housing developments in which 20% or more of the units are affordable to lower income households must be ministerially reviewed. And so finally, for recommendations and next steps, if resolutions are adopted and ordinances are introduced with a waived first reading this evening, then resolutions would become effective immediately, as I stated previously. Adoption of the ordinances would be scheduled for the December 5th council consent calendar, and the ordinances would become effective January 4th, 2024, if adopted at the December 5th meeting. For other aspects of the housing element update project, so currently the housing element is under review by HCD, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and a response is due back to the city by January 5th of 2024. We have not had a response from them at this time, but certainly would keep council updated as we hear back. And then work on the environmental justice and safety elements, which are also part of this project, is continuing into 2024. And we anticipate a community meeting during that first quarter of 2024 related to work that was discussed earlier this year. And so as a recommendation, staff recommends that council adopt the resolutions this evening and introduce the ordinances at this evening's meeting. And then for the final slide, here's just a repeat of the list of the programs and attachments in the staff report for your convenience as you discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and this slide is particularly helpful, so much appreciated. We are actually going to do something for just a moment. Our dinner delivery for council was delayed. It has arrived, and so we're going to take just a 1-minute break so council can grab their dinner, and then we'll come right back to the dais. So, council members, if you can go over to where our city clerk is and grab your dinner, then we can reconvene. And this will just be a 1 minute.
All right, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, everyone, for that quick break so we can grab some food, so you don't have cranky council members trying to decide something very important. Okay, so we are going to be launching into a public hearing momentarily. But before we do so, now is an opportunity for council members to ask any clarifying. So these are not substantive questions. These are just clarifying questions. Would anyone like to ask any clarifying questions? Councilmember Combs.
Sure. First, I want to call out that as part of the the properties identified as new mixed-use opportunities include, I think, at least 2 parcels that are owned by my employer, Meta. And so I won't participate in any discussion that relates specifically to those parcels and recuse myself from any item, voting item that includes those items. So I wanted to call that out before we proceed. I did have a couple of questions. One, and I know these are things that I've brought up in the past, so I will very much be mindful not to be repetitive. But as it relates to specifically the changes in the specific plan and the density, we talk about density. Are there height limits that also are at play? And if so, it would be great to get some sense of, like, specifically as it relates to the specific plan, but if there are other places also where you think is important to call out height limits, that would be great.
Thank you for that question. So there are a couple of pages in the staff report packet that address that. Specifically, there is a diagram on page C-1.120 that calls out the heights for the 10 subdistricts. And then there's a table on page C-1.117, a couple pages before that, that has a building heights series forms. And generally, just looking here, heights would typically be between, for a residential or mixed use building, at least, heights would range from about 50 feet up to approximately 81 feet, depending on the sub-district and the type of building that's built. But generally, the higher heights are proportionally increased with the higher densities that have been proposed.
Thank you. And just one other thing that I wanted to highlight, and actually there were two things. First, the Planning Commission, where the vote was 4-0, November 6th. As I recall, there are 7 Planning Commission positions. Were the other 3, I did not, which is why I'm asking, watch the meeting. Were the other 3 Planning Commissioners not present or for some reason not able to participate in that meeting?
There were 3 absences at that meeting, so they were not in attendance at the meeting and did not participate in the discussion.
Okay, totally fair. I just make a note, we should, given that it was a pretty important item, we should dig into those 3 absences, of which would mean that they were 1 away from meeting quorum. And then my final call out would be, actually, this isn't a clarifying question, so I'm going to save it.
I appreciate you
Mayor-
distinguishing that.
Mayor Willison, if I may.
Yes.
Apologies for interrupting. In connection with the recusal that Councilmember Combs just mentioned, the properties that are owned by Meta are being considered for rezoning to CMU, which is part of Attachment C. So we would recommend that the council bifurcate the discussion on those commercial zoning changes in Attachment C, allow Councilmember Combs to leave the room, and then come back when that discussion is concluded, and then also bifurcate the action on that item so that a separate vote is taken on Attachment C.
So clarifying, so just bifurcate attachment C altogether for
Correct.
discussion,
Yes.
but not take attachment C and break those parcels out and then parcels that do
No,
not.
we recommend that because there's interrelated
Okay,
commercial
thank you.
changes throughout the ordinance, that
Thank
it would
you.
be cleaner and more consistent with the conflict regulations to bifurcate that action entirely.
Thank you for that, Ms. Wagner. Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, a clarification question. You mentioned that there are reuse sites that are present here and that they are under ministerial review. And so just to confirm also, so the public can hear this too, this means that we can't set any other requirements or hopes on these buildings as long as there are 20% affordable units on these sites that can move forward, and there's no other things we can do there.
The development would need to comply with all of the zoning regulations, design standards, all of the things that are in place. And if they provide 20% of the units affordable to lower income households, then yes, it would be a ministerial review.
Gotcha. So there's no chance, I'm thinking specifically about the big 5 lot. So there's no chance there that someone could say, well, we could say we want to keep retail there, we want to keep some kind of commercial development. If they wanted to do with all the regulations, all the things aligned, we wouldn't be able to require that additional commercial.
If I may, Councilmember Dorr, to add to a little bit to that response. So this is both a reuse site and a mixed use site. So there are 2 provisions in housing element law that come into play. The first is the one that you mentioned, which is because it's a reuse site, meaning it was included in a prior housing element if it was vacant, or included twice if included twice if it was vacant, included once if it was non-vacant. That then you have the by right provisions with projects that include 20% of the units being affordable to lower income households. And that is because for both of these things I'm going to mention, because the site is identified to provide capacity for your lower income RHNA in your site's inventory. The second piece is that because the city is relying on mixed use sites for more than 50% of the lower income RHNA, you also have the provision that says you have to allow 100% housing development on those sites. And second, that you have to require that 50% of the floor area be devoted to residential uses of a mixed use project.
Thank you.
I'm seeing a follow-up from Councilmember Nash.
So what is the minimum housing that would be required, for example, on the Big 5 site?
If it's a mixed use project, the minimum housing that's required is 50% of the floor area of the mixed use project.
And is there any, does the minimum density apply there as a ministerial approval?
Yeah, the minimum density is still the 20 dwelling units to the acre. And I'd ask staff to weigh in on the mixed use site if that impacts that base density or not.
Yeah, it would be a minimum 20 dwelling units per acre requirement for residential uses.
And that's a minimum of 20, or for some reason I thought it was 30 in the downtown.
So there's, so that's the base. I think we're talking about sort of a base density approach, which is you can build up to 30 dwelling units per acre. But without that 20 dwelling units per acre floor, theoretically someone could say, I want to build 5 units per acre or something like that. So building up to the 30 dwelling units per acre at the base density is one thing. And then at the other end of it is requiring that at least 20 dwelling units per acre density.
Thank you.
So building off these questions, so if 50% of the mixed use development FAR has to be housing, so that means potentially the balance of that 50% could be commercial. Do we have any, can we require any type of provisions on the commercial side of that?
So the statute is silent on whether or not you could say 50% of a project has to be devoted to commercial uses. I think,
No, I don't want that.
okay.
I guess
because-
that
sorry,
what I'm
I
let me
understand.
tell you what I'm getting at.
Sure.
And then, so what I'm saying is, so we can't put restrictions on the housing side of that mixed use development because of many reasons. But on the commercial side, can we say like, you have to, if you're going to do commercial at that site, you have to retain the existing amount of square footage of the retail that's there. If we're using the Big Five site as an example again.
Yes, so long as 50% of that floor area can be devoted to residential uses and still retain the retail that you're talking about. So for a mixed-use project, because it's a site that's being utilized to provide capacity for your lower income RENA, you have those two requirements of having to allow 100% residential and having to require that 50% of the floor area of a mixed-use project be devoted to residential.
But if those two criteria are met, then we can impose some regulations on the commercial.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's good information. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. My clarifying question is about explaining default density.
When jurisdictions are putting together a housing element inventory and designating sites that can be used to meet the regional housing needs allocation requirements, HCD has essentially set this density of 30 dwelling units per acre as the minimum density that they believe is necessary to accommodate affordable housing on a site. And so that's where we draw that number from, is straight from HCD.
Another question I have, I listened into that meeting with the Planning Commission earlier this month and know that a lot of the folks there and what they were sharing was, well, we really don't want to open up a new addendum process for the EIR, so we're going to approve this as it is and send it on to the council. And I'm curious if we could get clarification from your team or from the EIR consultants about, what does the process look like if from this discussion, from comments we hear from the public, we want to make adjustments that could require that addendum update? What kind of timeline does that require? And could you explain a little bit more about what that might look like?
I'm happy to take a first stab at this, council member Dorr. I think it depends on what the changes are, what the scope of any kind of addendum or additional CEQA review would be required. The addendum that was prepared, that's in your packet this evening, I believe took month and a half, maybe. And after a lot of discussion that had gone into that, though, so there was been a lot of discussion about the increase of the density and the zoning above what was considered previously or what was considered in the housing element. So I think the answer to your question is somewhat dependent on what the changes are and what the corresponding analysis would be to analyze whether there are any additional impacts created from that change.
Thank you. But it sounds like depending on what those are, it could require just an addendum, which is updating and changing numbers and adding a little bit more description rather than a full CEQA review process.
So an addendum is an appropriate document when there are changes in the project that don't generate new impacts or require an additional CEQA analysis. If there are changes to a project that require or that result in new impacts, then obviously that has to be analyzed either through a supplemental EIR or some other document to describe and then potentially mitigate those impacts.
Thank you.
I have a question. So we've already submitted multiple times our housing element and we're kind of waiting to hear back again. We have so there's the relationship between the programs and the housing element as that table shows, the programs then dictate the ordinances and resolutions that we're looking at tonight. If the council changes any, how do we notify, are we required to notify HCD on any changes to the resolutions and ordinances that are being presented tonight? So at what point, if we either go up or down, probably down on these things, does HCD maybe raise their eyebrows and it puts us into some jeopardy with HCD.
So if the council directed changes that were different or address, impacted the programs in the housing element, say, for example, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, and I'm going to make it up, but say, for example, a program required that you consider a rezone or a change to the zoning that allowed 25 units per acre, and the council decided, we don't really want to do that, we want to do 15. That would be a change to a housing element program that would result in changes to the housing element and would not meet the programmatic requirements that we have. So if a change was to reduce capacity or somehow impact the analysis in the housing element, it could have other repercussions. I believe we send HCD our rezoning program and the rezoning actions that you take to implement the housing element, and they'll be looking to ensure that they meet the requirements that are in the housing element. If the council were to go beyond what is required by a program, that wouldn't result in changes to the housing element and would probably be looked upon favorably by HCD. It's similar to the changes you've already discussed in the past about increasing density in certain parts of the city that aren't required by the housing element.
Thank you. Okay, so just to remind everyone where we're at, these are clarifying questions of staff before we open the public hearing. Are there any other council clarifying questions? And I have a feeling we might be asking more questions when we come back to the council. The last call at this portion. Okay, we are going to then at this time open officially the public hearing. And City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item C1, if you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now.
And City Clerk Karen, can you please clarify, we are now asking everyone who wants to give public comment to please raise their hand. Once we close once City Clerk Karen identifies how many people are in the queue and who the last person is in the queue, we will be closing the opportunity to give public comment. So please make sure if you're interested in speaking to let City Clerk know.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So yes. I'm currently at 12 speakers, and this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item C1. Okay. And so we have a total of 16 speakers, with our final speaker being Tessetin Dalkar.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Let's do 2 minutes per speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. All right, and our first speaker will be Lynn Bramlett, followed by Karen Grove.
Good evening, Council. I read and I agree with Patty Fry's perspective that she sent in via the email log. And I especially appreciate her commenting on the importance of focusing your decision tonight on what's best for now current and future residents and the small businesses that serve residents. I do believe we need higher density housing and more housing. I also believe that we need adequate city-owned parks in each council district and a plan to minimize housing displacements due to known hazards becoming disasters. So unfortunately, we were told that a decision was made to not update the city's 2013 open space conservation and noise element and to only conduct a minor update to the city's 2013 safety element. And this was in a staff report in public meetings. I'm concerned, and for now I suggest two adaptive moves. One is to ask the Parks and Rec Commission to calculate the current and proposed ratio of park acreage to housing per district and put it in a report with recommendations. And then the other is when the safety element comes back, at minimum, include a program with actions to mitigate the hundreds of soft-story residential buildings across Menlo Park. These are well-known and prone to failure following a major earthquake. And then one to also restrict and regulate the types of lab experiments in the emerging life bioscience industry in Menlo Park. So our planning is increasingly complex. It's going to take a collaborative approach. We have residents and community-based groups who want to help. Please include us. Thank you.
So next is Karen Grove, followed by Margarita Mendez.
All right, Menlo Together and, oh my gosh, can you come forward a little bit? Menlo Together and HLC gathered online and in-person signatures from people too busy to be here tonight. Of the people who were home and had time to speak with us, most, if not all, signed on enthusiastically. I believe she said ta-da. Okay, thank you, Ms. Grove.
Our next speaker is Margarita Mendez, followed by Patty Fry.
Good evening, council members. This weekend, I listened to one of my favorite podcasts, Vibe Check, with Sam Sanders and friends Saeed and Zach. This week, they did a book talk with Matthew Desmond, author of Poverty by America. I listened to this book last spring. One thing that really stuck out from the podcast was when Mr. Desmond talked about how we have forgotten to dream. So here it goes. I dream of a vibrant downtown with people walking with a variety of dining options, shoe stores, clothing stores, bakery, boba shops. You get the picture. I dream of Menlo Park, where all people of all economic levels can afford to live. I dream of a city that envisions housing near transit like downtown. I dream about a city council that is willing to see parking lots as land that can house families. I dream of young children happy in homes with access to quality education. It doesn't have to be a dream. It can be a reality. The city has access to land that currently parks cars. But if city council is bold enough and upzones downtown so that affordable housing is viable, that is dense enough, then perhaps we can see families, young people, a vibrant downtown with every storefront filled. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patty Fry, followed by Robert Lico.
Thank you, Patty Fry, former planning commissioner. 2 minutes is hard. Allowing more housing isn't enough to get a vibrant community. We also need to make sure that it happens. Just allowing more isn't going to happen. We know that from experience. The Springline and Middle Plaza projects are good examples because together they could have provided 828 housing units as zoned today, but they only provided less than 400, so less than half of the amount that they could have. So why? And that's because office is the most desirable, the most lucrative use, and it's allowed. I'm really frightened about the prospects of the Big Five shopping center and others being ministerially approved because a project of only 10 housing units with only 2 affordable housing units, at 20%, if I understand it correctly, would suffice. And then they could do whatever else they wanted with the rest of the FAR. So I'm going, oh, there goes my time. What I would suggest is approve the densities in the general plan, but phase in densities and changes in height and other things in the zoning ordinance and phase it in as you work through how to manage office. There are some suggestions I've made in my email, or emails, but I think that a phased approach would allow control over what happens. Otherwise, there isn't control, and it's hard to take something back once it's been approved. Thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Lico, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, planning and council members. My name is Robert Lico, a third-generation property owner in Menlo Park. My grandfather back in the 1950s built out properties and retail in the 700 block and the 600 block. I have been around with him for over 30 years. He has passed in 2000, but we continue to keep on the tradition of his building enthusiasm. As partners and Giannotti Incorporated, taking the housing element and replacing it onto city parking lots is opposed by us for reasons that cars are not going anywhere. They could become electrical, and which they are right now, but cars are not going anywhere. Mass transit we have, but mass transit is not used. Our tenants who are on the Santa Cruz Avenue corridor there, they plead for parking, for the accessibility of the public to come to and from their stores. And by putting a housing element in the city-owned parking lots would completely destroy that. Right now, there's been approval for parklets. Those parklets have taken away parking spaces for our tenants and for the ability for people to simply come, simply do their shopping and move on. And so we oppose anything in the downtown corridor in relationship to the parking lots and building them up into massive housing where it will just be a diluted downtown by the thoughts of all our partners and by the thoughts of Giannotti Incorporated. Thank you.
Next is Catherine Dumont, followed by Leslie Fong.
Good evening. So I was canvassing downtown and talked to a lot of people. And to some people, I didn't even get very far in my spiel about the downtown upzoning when they would say, oh yeah, because it's close to transit and there's lots of stores and things downtown. So it wasn't really a very hard sell for me. I got very enthusiastic support from the folks who actually opened the door when I knocked. And there were some stories from people who on both ends of this age spectrum. For one thing, one young man I talked to just a couple of days ago was visibly distraught about the cost of housing and how it's pushed a lot of his friends out of the area, that they can't afford to live here. And on the other end was an older gentleman who is a 5th generation Bay Area native, who was telling me about how all the problems he has in his apartment, but he puts up with them because it's affordable. And so he pretty much is sticking it out for now while he's working, but he's close to retirement and he has no idea what he's going to do. He doesn't think he can afford to stay in the area. And I didn't, there was another young professional who talked about what a great town she loves. She's moved down here from Marin. She works in San Jose and she really likes living close to downtown, being able to walk downtown, but she was very concerned about the businesses, the storefronts. So she'd like to see a more vibrant downtown. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Leslie Fong, followed by Michael A.
So can you guys hear me now?
Yes, go
Hello?
right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Leslie, and I'm very pro affordable housing, but the problem is every county I have gone to, the um, formula they consider affordable housing is not really for affordable housing for anybody, even if you have two income. So I don't know whether when you build more housing, whether it's going to be affordable for families or even senior people, whatever else, because I would love to stay in San Mateo. I am a considered senior citizen, and I do have a fixed income coming up when I retire. And the thing is that $3,000 for even one bedroom, one bath, it's not affordable for me. And I'm not sure how you guys equate that formula. I know it's coming from part of the federal government that they set the certain standard, but I don't know whether there's a proportion of family housing and also senior housing and whatever else criteria you have on that. So my question to you is that if you do build this, what is going to be the criteria that you set for the income level for that they could qualify to basically be qualified to be living in that housing complex? Thank you so much.
So next is Michael A., followed by Ken Chan.
There we go. Hello, my name is Michael Arusa. I've spoken before at public comment advocating for more housing and for denser housing near downtown especially. And today I do so again, but unfortunately I don't get to do so as a Menlo Park resident. While I did used to live here, a few months ago, my apartment flooded due to a burst pipe, and due to a combination of it being a really old building and the now extensive water damage, we were forced to move. And I came to face with just how few and how expensive the options in Menlo Park really are. I really wanted to stay in Menlo Park, but after looking at lots of different apartments for a very long time, it became clear that Menlo Park isn't just very expensive because it is in the Bay Area, it is expensive even for the Bay Area, with most of the apartments in this area, especially more recent construction, being consistently $1,000 or even $2,000 more expensive than comparable also new construction in nearby cities like Redwood City or Mountain View. I ultimately couldn't justify staying, and I had to move. The primary reason for that, how expensive housing in Menlo Park is because there simply aren't very many options. And it has been frustrating seeing Menlo Park continue to fail housing elements and have to continue revising while I am in the middle of trying to find an apartment. Ultimately, I moved up to Redwood City. I hope that other people in similar situations don't have to move out of the city and are able to find more options. And I urge Menlo Park City Council to upzone downtown, to push for as much housing as possible, not just because it's a legal requirement. I urge them to do it because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Next is Ken Chan, followed by Brittany Baxter.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the Senior Organizer at the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank staff for all their hard work on their report and presentation tonight. On behalf of HLC, and as mentioned in our letter, I'd like to emphasize that city-owned land downtown is one of the best available resources your city has when it comes to building 100% affordable homes. By allowing greater densities and a height of 8 floors, you can make it so much more easier for a nonprofit affordable housing developer to come up with a proposal that is both financially feasible and one that meets the needs of your most vulnerable community members. The housing element has a more generous height and density allocation to the Bayfront neighborhood than to downtown, where land prices are higher and therefore more density and incentives are needed to encourage development. As it is now, the plan will continue to push new proposals Bayside, which as stated in the City Commissioned Ballot Impact Analysis report for the previous Measure V ballot measure in 2022, that by only building homes in the part of the city closest to the Bay, you will lock in and exacerbate racial and economic segregation by blocking future homes in high opportunity neighborhoods, limit the city's ability to plan for housing for people at a variety of income levels, and put the city at risk of being sued by reducing your ability to affirmatively further fair housing. Menlo Park has the land use authority and can rezone and amend the general plan. Even if it can't be completed in time for the submission deadline, you have the opportunity to commit to rezoning right now. You can pledge to begin the rezoning process tonight and then to finish it in 2 years as a program in your housing element. Thank you.
Next is Brittany Baxter, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Hi, this is Brittany Baxter. I live in D3, walking distance to downtown, so I'm a big fan of downtown vibrancy. I really appreciate all of the detail that we saw in Mr. Smith's presentation earlier and all the work that's gone into this project over the last 2 years. I'm in strong support of being really intentional and strategic about how we zone downtown, both so that we can hit our housing goals in this cycle and also make sure that we're set up for success in the next housing element cycle, which I think would start planning in about 6 years. And in both cases, I think that being willing to entertain more dense zoning options, like we've seen tonight with more height and more density, gives us the freedom of having more options on the table to make the most out of the parcels that we do have. We already have one 8-story building downtown, and I don't think a couple more would hurt. But what I do think would hurt even more is if we're back to the same planning exercise again in 6 years, needing to plan for even more homes. And a bunch of our already limited sites have now been built out in this cycle with office or low-rise development at 3 stories. And we're just really out of sites and room for our next cycle and in a pretty big pickle. So going big now, allowing us to get the most out of each parcel, especially downtown and along El Camino, would allow us to get more out of our limited number of parcels. And that would also mean that we don't need every single parcel to turn over to hit those housing element numbers that the state is watching. So we can preserve some of those sites and options for the future. And as someone who's bought in here and plans to live here for many more decades, just thinking long range about how all this zoning will play out is really important to me. And it's also important to me that we, maintain the community character that we have here in Menlo Park. We really like being here for the community. And when I think of community, I think of people more than buildings. I mentioned at a council meeting a couple months back how the median single family home price now requires a household income of over $800K to qualify for a mortgage. And that's a pretty high cost of admission to have stable housing in our community, like we've heard a little bit earlier. And so again, just giving us these options helps us to preserve a diverse, complete community and give us as many options as possible for the future. Thanks so much.
Next speaker is Jenny Michelle, followed by Eminent Domain.
Dear Dias and staff, Jenny Michelle, District 3, somewhat contagious personal comments. I support the proposed amendments with the Menlo Together red lines because the current EIR constraints, and you must. But we need to zone assuming that we're going to miss our goals. As a baseline document gal, big on contingencies, the 2016 general plan is outdated, and taking Menlo Together's comments further, last Sunday, the planet horror finally exceeded the 2-degree boundary for the first time, smashing our nightmare forecasts. This life, this vehicle driving, this single family home life is now what I call the 2-degree life. Infrastructure subsidized by the public. We're hating that. Ooh, 2% life pipe. Yeah. But we don't want to live on that 2% planet. Wham. We keep zoning for that 2% character. Seriously? Is that character going to make it through climate collapse? You think so? I argue that this is actually a forced lifestyle for many of us, and therefore I see a strong pathway for a legal case against us. I suggest a new emergency EIR for an outright ban on all single-family districts, or at least to incorporate the over 60 new California housing laws to take effect January 1st. Have you ever been involved with a life-threatening emergency like someone bleeding out on the freeway in front of you? I have, and I stopped to give my clothing to help stop the bleeding. See what I'm saying? How are we going to change our 2% life down to 1% or 0? Easy remedy, zone for all people. Issue an emergency declaration for housing based on the 2-degree threshold breach, and dispatch amended EIR for no single-family zones, save for District 1. Without it, one could argue this is a forced lifestyle. And if I was a young person, I'd be ready to issue suit against all parties forcing me to contribute to the collapse of the planetary systems, just saying liability exposure for our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is listed as eminent domain, followed by Julie Shanson.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for taking our comments. First things first, as a Menlo Park resident, I'm formally asking the council to not proceed with the adoption of the proposed resolutions and ordinances tonight without an addendum to the housing element that protects current tenants from the impacts of redevelopment. We've got to protect the Pavlos, protects the rights of current residents and tenants to continue to rent at a rate no greater than the current rate post-redevelopment, and for current residents and tenants to be offered market rate compensation for the opportunity cost of relocation during the time of construction and redevelopment. Now that that's out of the way, I'd like to say a few words on the pretext for this housing element. The pretext is that the free market is going to come in and build housing to solve the housing problem for Menlo Park. The free market has created the problem to begin with. There is no reason why anyone on the city council should think or believe that independent developers that are operating in the free market are going to come in and build the types of developments that the city council needs to meet the housing element and to keep the character of the city and to provide low-income housing. If the city would like low-income housing, the city should build the low-income housing. It's a simple solution. You can use eminent domain to buy the land and then redevelop it exactly to your specifications. I live in an apartment building that was built in the 1950s. It's made a ton of money for the owners. I guarantee you it's going to make a ton of money for the city over the long term. So just eminent domain everything and build the city you want to have. It's simple. Thank you for listening to Eminent Domain. Until next time.
Our next speaker is Julie Shanson, followed by Adina Levin.
Thank you, City Council. I echo the sentiments of many who have spoken prior to me about the need to build a vibrant downtown through housing close to services and transportation. There is no way that we're going to meet our climate goals as a city that are pretty audacious if we don't have higher density housing where it matters most, which is where people can get to the things that they need quickly. Another commenter mentioned that it's still a better incentive density-wise to build in the Bayside after you pass these amendments. Please reconsider downzoning the Bayside to encourage more building closer to services. It's very, very important. I also want to echo what one of the other commenters said about affordable housing. We know in Menlo Park that we have the richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor. We know that people commute an hour and a half each way to pour our coffee. We need to do better as a community to create the kind of thriving space that we want to raise our children in. Thank you very much.
All right, and our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Pam Jones.
Hello, good evening, council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park residents. I live in D4 near downtown. I also did some of the canvassing in my neighborhood, and as others have reported, it was easy and fun, and people who were home were largely very eager to support the call for homes, including and especially affordable homes near downtown, including taller buildings to enable more people to live near downtown, transit services near where they work. I'm going to read a quote that I didn't talk to, but somebody else part of the canvassing team talked to. And this was from an immigrant woman who moved to Menlo Park from New York City. And she was really stressed about having to find a new home near her job because of a landlord renovation move-in. And she's having a harder time finding housing in Menlo Park than the entirety of her time spent in New York City. I was also really sad to hear Michael Aruza report that he had to move to Redwood City. Michael is a young, civically engaged person, and I'm really sorry. I'm happy for Redwood City, and sorry that our housing situation required him to move. Let's change the policies and enable people to live here. In terms of the retail in the Springline development, I love walking to some of the new places in Springline, but it's not as diverse as we want our community to be. And also that development has plentiful unused parking that we can use as part of our downtown parking solution as we reuse the parking lots. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Testin Dalkar.
Good evening, council and staff. Pam Jones, resident of D1. I want to acknowledge the amount of work the staff has done and been doing on the housing element, and now on the resolutions and ordinances that support the development of housing in Menlo Park. My question is, do these changes support building housing to meet the RHNA numbers, particularly at all levels of below market rate? It is my understanding that we have already met the market rate RHNA numbers with the developments in the M2 area. So there's no need to build any more market rate anywhere in Menlo Park. So with these changes, will this support building below market rate at all levels that we need to do to meet the RHNA requirements? Will the resolution and ordinances encourage development of units we need, which are the below market? We need to encourage people, organizations, and developers to come into our city and to build below market. We need to be an inviting city of all people, of all levels of income. We need to fully demonstrate that we are a welcoming, diverse community. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Testin Dalkar.
Hello, good evening. As a longtime resident and possibly forever resident renter who's growing their family in one of the zones impacted by the changes proposed in the zoning changes, I would like to echo some of the comments made by an eminent domain earlier regarding protections for those that will be displaced and affected by redevelopment as part of the housing element. I am formally requesting the City Council to not proceed without adding legal and material protections for current resident and renters. Those two protections being first, the right of current residents and tenants to continue to rent at a rate no greater than the current rate post-development. And secondly, for current residents / tenants to be offered market rate compensation for the opportunity cost of relocation during the time of construction and or redevelopment. While I'm fully in support of affordable housing for a bigger chunk of the population, looking at the proposed zoning changes map, the changes seem to affect non-homeowners of Menlo Park disproportionately, which could be grounds for potential income-based discrimination, which I believe is in violation of the housing element's core principles. I end my comment there.
Mayor Willison, that concludes our speakers. You may proceed.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you very much to all of the speakers who gave testimony this evening. Also, to everyone who has written in to City Council and spoken, not just for tonight's meeting, but this has been a multi-year process with many meetings. And so there have been many participants over this time who have shared their thoughts that have really been baked into what we are seeing tonight as the culmination of a lot of these discussions. So I know we're all eager to hear council's discussion. It's 7:32. I think we'll take a break until 7:40 and then return for the conversation on the dais. Thank you.
All right, having our city council back at our in-person dais, Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we have a lot of material to cover. I want to propose a structure for moving forward and see how that feels and then go from there. So what I'm thinking is we go, there's 7 kind of key areas that are outlined in the staff report. We go through all of them, have our discussion because there could be, there's some interrelation potentially among them. And then once we've had a chance to discuss those 7 items, we then see where we're at. I see whether my sense is we might be voting resolution by resolution and ordinance by ordinance. Then we return back to that nice list that Mr. Smith showed us, the table outlining all of the different actions that need to be taken. And at that point, go one by one, having already a sense of where we're leaning on the council. So the alternative is to take up kind of topic 1, discuss it, and then have a motion made, kind of finish that topic, and then move on to the second topic. But I think this is such an interconnected, large discussion that it would benefit all of the ordinances being discussed together and then a return at the end. So how does that sound to my colleagues? I'm seeing nods. Okay, great. So then we'll go section by section, knowing that there might be some jumping around, but if we can try to contain our thoughts. Actually, before we start with the section, I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to either ask any additional questions or I don't know if anyone has prepared statements about their overall feelings about the housing element, if they want to make those now or later. But now would be an opportunity to make a general thing before we start getting into those areas. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Willison. And I don't have a prepared statement. I did want to clarify the extent of my recusal. And to be clear, my recusal will not extend and encompass all items related to new mixed-use opportunities. My recusal will be very specific and precise to the parcels that are new mixed-use opportunities that are owned by Meta. And those are 2 parcels on Willow Road. And so my ask for the council is that when we get to actions, that those 2 parcels be bifurcated and be taken up separately, and that all of the other mixed-use parcels, unless there's some separate reason to separate them out, but that all of the other mixed-use parcels be taken up together. And so I just want to clarify that approach going forward.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Combs. And just as I mentioned, we have 7 topic areas to go through. So you are referencing our 3rd topic area, is that correct? Okay, so we will get there when we get there. Any other general comments before we move on to our first topic area? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. There were several items that were brought up in public comment that are not a part of the 7 items. So did we want to wait until the end or?
Now would
bring
be,
that
if
in
you'd like to
discussion?
follow up on any of those, please feel free.
Well, I'll start from actually the folks that provided a letter, Ms. Bramlett. And that is the 2 items that she requested, 2 moves. One from Parks and Rec, looking at calculating the current and proposed ratio of parks to housing per district. And then the second is adding 2 items to the safety element update. So just wanted to know if now's the time to talk about it and make, if there's support from the majority of the council, if we want to, or do we want to discuss that at a later time?
So the first being the Parks and Rec. So City Manager Murphy, when does the Parks and Rec have they brought their work plan to us recently?
Yes, I believe so. I think the majority came at one meeting, and then there was a subsequent commission that came later. I'm not sure if that was Parks and Rec or not, but sometime in the September, October timeframe.
It was October 10th.
City Manager Murphy, if we were interested in assigning them that task or asking for that analysis to be done, do you have a recommendation for us?
At this point, no, because I would want to double check what the work would be in total. So it may be a matter of kind of coming back afterwards as opposed to right this second, because there may be a number of requests for various activities. So I'd
Okay.
rather not.
Yeah, I don't want us to
take
go too far
one off.
down this
Exactly.
pathway,
Thank
but
you.
it sounds like that's a later thing. And then in terms of, I believe the safety element will be coming back to us. So there'll be an opportunity for us to check or add or whatnot, the recommendations that we heard.
That is correct.
Does that work for you, Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Okay.
The next topic is unaffordable versus affordable, which is a combination of our current BMR policy and what the monthly rents are. The other part is displacement and tenant protections. Is that something to bring up in the coming year, the new year?
So I know that we do have a program in the housing element that we have prioritized, given a high priority to, which is around tenant protections and anti-displacement strategies. So I would assume City Manager Murphy or Ms. Chow, do you have any information about when we can expect to be tackling that? Because I think we all feel that that's an urgent matter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison and Vice Mayor Taylor. So that is something that we have been hearing as part of our ongoing housing element conversations. We know it's of importance to the community and the city council. It is a housing element program to revisit our BMR guidelines. And separately, there is a program for anti-displacement strategies. And I think both of those fall within the income limits, and looking at tenant protections are both conversations to be had with those two programs.
Vice Mayor Taylor. Yes.
I'm wondering, I think there is a real concern that we have some sort of protections in place as we proceed with the zoning. And how does, what are the possibilities there to get something in place quickly?
Thank you. So we do currently, the city does have some existing tenant protections in terms of types of payment for source of payment for rent. It has a 12-month lease ordinance. Then there's also some state laws that also provide some tenant protections that our property owners would need to follow. I believe NERA might be able to address some additional of those tenant protections.
So there are statewide tenant protections that apply to all residents of multifamily developments throughout the state. That was approved through AB 1482. It allows for relocation assistance for all tenants that have resided in a unit for 12 months or more. It also requires, prohibits evictions that are not just cause evictions for tenants that have resided in multifamily dwelling units for 12 months or more. And those apply to all tenants in Menlo Park, regardless of any local tenant protection ordinances that are in place.
I vaguely recall that there was also something within the housing element from the HCD as far as what was some restrictions on, or some sort of rules on help on development where there are existing tenants. Is that okay? We can revisit it as part of all of it. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add that the existing tenant protections really haven't benefited an area that has already had zoning changes. And so the concern is that what exists isn't helping, one. Two, the enforcement mechanisms, and then also folks knowing what their rights are. So there's a combination of a problem. So what we have now isn't as helpful as it can be. So figuring out ways to strengthen that as a part of the process with the rezoning. And I definitely share the concerns that the public has shared.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Anything else? Okay. So at this time, I was looking for any broad questions, comments, not related to any of the 7 topic areas. Okay. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Is there when commercial sites are redeveloped, is there a way to require that housing be built as opposed to just allowed? And especially when housing opportunity sites are redeveloped, it seems that we should require a minimum amount of housing. Is that possible?
Can I ask that question in another way also? So, because right now sites, parcels have a designated zoning. So can we change the zoning under can we take away a zoning that an existing property owner has to redevelop? It's asking it in kind of another way, or is that?
That's a very good question and something slightly different,
Got it.
I believe. But no,
Okay.
it's all part of the same
Yeah.
question. But the other question is, some of the minimum densities on our housing opportunity sites are 0 or 1. And is there an opportunity is there some way that we could increase that minimum density, particularly on housing opportunity sites, but also on commercial sites?
So those changes could be explored, and the council could act upon those, but it would require noticing to the property owners, explaining those changes as they've been drafted now, and as we've noticed to properties, we have not explained it that way or given the proper understanding of what that might entail. So that would be another aspect of it.
Is that something that can be done at a later time? Or are we, by making decisions now, are we precluding that option?
It could be an amendment that could be processed later.
That would be kind of its own project in and of itself. Okay. Councilmember Dorr?
Sure. I guess my high level comments on this is I'm excited that we're talking about this today. I know this has been a really long conversation in the works that the staff has put together, that people have talked about and shared with us. This feels like the bread and butter of what it means to be on a council. And this is the deciding of the blueprint that will shape our community for years to come. And so I feel really honored to get to sit on this dais and to help make this decision with these council members, with the planning commission, with the staff, and with the community. And something that I really appreciate that someone shared in their comment was the idea of what are our hopes and what do we like to envision for what this looks like? And just the idea of thinking of balance, of having mixed income housing where everyone of all ages can afford to live. And the idea of ensuring that we have enough restaurants and community serving retail, near transit, all these things sound wonderful. And I'm excited through the conversation today to help make those visions more of a reality. So I'm excited to dive in.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. And I just want to, for I guess my opening is echoing a lot of what Councilmember Dorr had to say. And I also, the comment made by the gentleman who was not able to stay in Menlo Park, unfortunately, about this being a state requirement, but also the right thing to do. And I think that's a lot of the work we've been doing over the past couple years, bringing us to this moment, is thinking about, yes, the housing element as a state mandate, but also what kind of city we want to live in for today and the future. How can we build a community where our restaurant workers can live here and work here, and our kids can find a place to live. And so I think there's going to be a balance as we move through these 7 areas of, always you can do more. Other people are going to have a hard time with any change. And how do we strike that balance? And that's what the sausage making process is about to be. And we're we're going to do the best we can. And I think we're all acting with very good intentions. And so thank you for joining me on this journey, everyone. Councilmember Combs?
Thanks. I think happy to be on the journey, but I guess we'll see where we're at the end of the meeting. I wanted to respond, and so I do have a general comment, and I wanted to respond to Mr. Eminent Domain, because I think he made some really apt points in that, like, to some degree, it is private actors, the private marketplace that has gotten us into this problem or challenges. And maybe it's foolhardy to expect them to get us out of it, because that's what this exercise is, to be very clear. It is a zoning exercise. It is not a building exercise, because we don't build things. Certainly, we don't build large developments. And so I do think that we should, keep that in mind, that at the end of the day, what we are trying to do is create an environment where, to some degree, private industry comes in. And even as it relates to 100% affordable, there are still like private industry actors that we need to bring into this discussion. And so my hope is that even though I assume that Mr. Domain is skeptical, that this partnership does result in a more equitable and affordable community. Because there is one thing about eminent domain: it does allow the government to acquire properties against the will of its property owners, but you have to pay market rate. And I don't know, Mr. Domain, if you looked at market rate in Menlo Park these days and you've compared that against our budget, but we would be able to acquire very few properties. And so, and again, therein lies that the private industry has to be a player in this, and we have to try to create an environment that brings them to the table. But I definitely do hear your concerns and skepticism.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. I just realized in looking at the mayor's notes, I may have forgotten to officially say something. So I just want to make sure we're dotting all our i's and crossing all our t's, that I will close the public hearing. So I just want to make sure that what we are about to embark on doesn't end up with a technicality in the end. So, okay. So I think we've all had a chance to say our opening things, and now we are going to go, like I said, area by area. We are going to start with the first area outlined in the staff report, which is the affordable housing overlay. And for those that are following along, that is attachment A, and this is resulting out of the Housing Element Program H4D. So if anyone would like to share any thoughts about the affordable housing overlay or ask questions, now would be the time. Councilmember Combs.
Okay, totally. Just sort of digging into this, the maximum of 150 dwelling units an acre, is that part of our own overlay, or is that specifically as it relates to the state density bonus? Like, right where you get to that maximum?
Thank you. So the affordable housing overlay is a local ordinance, so that would be in addition to state density bonus law. For the affordable housing overlay, an applicant to take advantage of it singularly, so by itself, applying the AHO or in combination with state density bonus law. So that is one of the modifications from what currently exists today, that we can combine the two. So in order to achieve the 150 dwelling units to the acre, it would require the combination of both state density bonus law and the AHO. That is separate, though, from if someone was to take advantage of just state density bonus law by itself. And there are provisions that could allow for development to achieve 150 dwelling units to the acre. So for example, if it is within a half mile of a transit stop, there would be potentially unlimited density so long as it meets the height restrictions and under state density bonus law.
So when we're looking at that maximum, that 150, like what, so essentially like most of downtown would be exempted, right? And so then where does it come into play? And I'm talking about obviously in a larger parcel context, where it would be most impactful, like, right, where you get 5 units. I don't know if it's really relevant, but.
Sure. No, thank you. That's a good question. So the affordable housing overlay is currently in the downtown specific or El Camino Real downtown specific plan, and certain parcels that have been zoned are for us AHO. And so with the proposed amendment, it would expand where the AHO is being applied. And so it is being applied to all of our housing opportunity sites, as well as the area, the R3 area around downtown. And so some of those sites do have lower densities than the specific plan. And so in combination between AHO and state density bonus law for a 100% affordable project, the maximum density would be 150 dwelling units to the acre.
Okay, and because it came up several times during public comment, can you explain the intersection between the AHO in this instance and the parking lots? Because right now we've just talked about what are parcels that are clearly zoned as residential already, we are as a part of this process. But I think it'd be great to just sort of have that explanation out there.
Sure. So the downtown parking lots are part of the housing opportunity sites, and so the AHO would be applied. The AHO does not require an applicant to use the AHO, but does provide the flexibility to have greater densities in exchange for affordable housing. So the AHO does increase the amount of affordable housing above our 15% inclusionary requirement. So that, again, is to help promote the development of affordable housing. So I believe that the council has expressed interest in looking at affordable housing as part of the downtown parking plazas. And so there are other amendments that Mr. Smith talked about earlier that would allow for the removal of the cap from 680 units, and then also to allow for residential uses on the parking plazas.
Okay.
But for the downtown parking lots, if I were an applicant, I would forego the AHO for the downtown parking lots and instead use AB 1763, which allows me unlimited density, half-mile transit plus 3 stories. So if I'm getting to what I think Councilmember Combs is getting at, if we look at the high end of what is possible, I'm thinking there's like 2 main buckets. One bucket, might get there when we get to the downtown specific plan, would be unlimited, basically the unlimited density and plus 3 stories. So in downtown at the bonus level, in our downtown and our station area, the top height would be 7 stories. And add 3 to that could be 10 stories. So we could be seeing 10-story buildings with unlimited density if someone's utilizing AB 1763. That's if it's, and that would have to be 100% affordable. And now for the other opportunity sites, so this could be on Middlefield, on Willow, we've all seen the maps, and the R3 areas, I believe that are currently zoned for 30 units an acre. If someone wants to use affordable housing overlay plus the state density bonus, they could get up to 150 units an acre on these, I guess, residential adjacent or residential properties. And then our AHO has these incentives that basically say that they get whatever height they need given that parcel to get to that density. So I guess the question is, what do you see? Because I think we were talking about 30 feet or 40 feet for some of those mixed use commercial sites that were now opening up residential use. But that's kind of not telling the whole story, because if someone has a 100% affordable development and they're utilizing the AHO plus the state density bonus law, they get to apply for this incentive. So what would then be, so if I'm a developer on a smaller parcel and I want to do my 150 units an acre, how high can I go? That's a question for all of you. Because I get the tip for the downtown specific plan area for AB 1763, but I'm still not totally clear on the tippy top of these parcels for HO.
Thank you. So it would be somewhat relative to what is allowed and what is needed in order to get to that 150 dwelling units to the acre. So it is.
Can you give us like some idea? Or maybe an example of something?
So I guess using some of the specific plan numbers, and like, for example, in the station area, 100 dwelling units to the acre, we're looking at an 81-foot height.
So you're using, but that's downtown specific plan, but we're talking, no one's gonna, well, someone might, but I don't foresee the AHO being used in the downtown specific. plan.
Right, but that was for the ballpark figure
So you're
of what
saying a 100
potentially.
unit an acre parcel could end up at 80 feet
Right, and so
high.
potentially higher at 150 dwelling units to the acre, but I think we have to look at what size the site is. Are they going spreading
So
out?
I guess,
Are they
let me ask you
going
this question.
taller?
Could we potentially see an 8 or 10-story building on all of the opportunity sites? If it's 100% affordable and they're utilizing the AHO and the state density bonus law?
Potentially, there could be that type of development. The site itself, depending on the size, just may not physically fit that level of development either.
But it could be in that range of
Sure.
like 5 to 8 to.
Sure, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Just for larger sites, right? For the larger sites we're talking about, you could reach that
Sure,
size.
there's no minimum size requirement to apply the AHO, but it
Yeah,
may
yeah.
not just be physically feasible, but
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm talking about. And
Yes.
then just the and of course, as it relates to the parking plazas, of course, a developer actually has to get ownership of the parking plazas, and we'll have something to say about that, or at least some rights to it. It's the other parcels where we don't have a say in developers taking ownership of them. So, and this is my final question on this. Like if someone, because I do think like as we get to some of those higher height, there would need to be a larger parcels. I mean, just because of the physics. Like, what do we say here? Is there any obligation when a property owner like wants to combine parcels next to each other? Because again, like something comes to mind, like on Middlefield, you do have a lot of larger parcels. On something like Willow Road, those are all separate parcels. And so again, like I say, the physics don't allow for something that's too high. But what if someone went through and started acquiring like a bunch of those connected parcels on Willow? What do we say about that? Or do we have another point of engagement as it would relate to combining those parcels?
Sure, so the code doesn't require or prohibit the combining of parcels. Certainly, we've seen in past developments like the 500 El Camino Real parcels or the Springline developments, the assembling of parcels. And so oftentimes that is done as a way to make development more feasible. So there's nothing in the code that would prevent or prohibit that.
Is not obviously I know there's nothing that would prevent it or prohibit it. Is there something that would require it? Like, right, as far as we know.
Currently, no.
Can you, in the program that is in our submitted housing element, what did we say we were going up to for our AHO? What were we enabling? Did we specify?
We're going to take a look. I know that was something that we were seeking, I think, some revisions to that program. So let us take a look real quickly.
Because if we've committed to getting up to a certain density through our AHO, then that does put us in a situation. Just putting that out there. Okay, let's, do you need a moment?
No, I found it in program H4D. It currently says allowing for densities of up to 100 units per acre or greater. And so the minimum would be the 100 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you. So I think Councilmember Dorr and then Councilmember Nash.
And just a clarification, something was mentioned on the dais of what we have a say over, and I just want to clarify the sites where the ministerial review would be waived or would be able to go forward are just in the sites that are reused. But for all these other sites, if someone came in and said, I want to build a 10-story building at the Sharon Heights Shopping Center that's 100% affordable, that would still come back to the city and to Planning Commission to have a conversation of, is this the kind of growth? Maybe we do want to ask them to do 8-story. I'm curious, what flexibility and what oversight do we have moving forward with these projects in these places?
So for sites that are in the housing element inventory, sites inventory, if they were to provide 20% or more of the units affordable to lower income households, then they would be granted ministerial review for a project like that.
And these high heights that we were talking about, these are for 100% affordable.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, just want to clarify that. I'm Councilmember Nash.
So when I look at the site inventory, the maximum density, the highest maximum density there is 60 dwelling units per acre. So given that, how high or how dense and how tall could an applicant get with 100% affordable? Because I don't think they can get to 150. I think the only place you can get to 150 is downtown, which actually I will let you.
So the housing element sites inventory uses sort of HCD's accounting method for how we calculate the units on the different sites. The zoning process that we're going through right now, the highest densities that would be allowed would be the 100 dwelling units per acre downtown and in the station area. And then if any of the opportunity sites, the inventory sites, were to elect to use the AHO, then that's when they could get the 150 dwelling units per acre if it's 100% affordable and combined with state density bonus law.
Could you explain if there, I guess I'm just not there yet. I know that downtown where we've got 100 dwelling units per acre, you can get to 150. But as has been said, people would use 1763 and have unlimited density. So around within half a mile of the train station, we know that you have unlimited density. Beyond that, what is the maximum density that one could see?
I see. So outside of the specific plan area, I believe the maximum density would be the C2 district with 60 dwelling units per acre, as you stated.
And with 60 dwelling units per acre and all the available affordable housing overlays, bonuses, things, what is the maximum one would see?
On that site, if they applied the AHO, then they could get, and the state density bonus law, they could get 150 dwelling units per acre.
So we've capped it at 150. So at 30 units an acre, that's kind of what we use is how they get there. And then for anything over that, we've said, that's it.
So just to be clear that like you can get to 150 essentially any place in the city, like, right? Where I know certain criteria have to apply, but this is not exclusive to downtown or the station area getting to 150.
If it's a R3 around downtown or opportunity site.
Right. Opportunity sites, R3 around downtown, and the opportunity sites are scattered throughout districts 2 through 5.
But I remember having a conversation, the mixed use sites, those CMUs, unless it's on the opportunity site list, it doesn't get this treatment. So only the opportunity sites get this AHO boost, even though the CMUs are now going to enable that whole area to have residential up to 30 units an acre. Did I get that right?
That's correct. Yes, there's a number of sites being rezoned, but for instance, on Willow Road, I took a look at the map and I think there are 5 opportunity sites on Willow Road, even though there's a number of other parcels that are being rezoned CMU.
So even if someone went shopping on Willow Road for parcels and wanted to consolidate, they might end up consolidating some opportunity site ones with some non-opportunity sites one. And then I don't know what happens then. But again, this is that outlier high density is only for the 100% affordable.
That's correct.
And then it's a sliding scale depending on how much affordability they give. But from what we've been hearing, it sounds like there's kind of like either market rate with inclusionary or 100% affordable and not necessarily these like 50-50. Although who knows, we'll see what happens.
I have another clarification. So we've talked about how density is impacted here and maybe heights. Does that also reflect over to the FARs, the floor area ratios? And do you know to what maximums can we see? Because I'm looking right now. I know we're not on 4 yet or 5, whatever number it is. But I'm thinking about the downtown specific plan and how this will affect FARs there.
Thank you. So if we're talking about the specific plan, probably as the mayor mentioned, would take advantage of state density bonus law. And so there are waivers that can be sought to help achieve the density that is desired. So yes, FARs can be adjusted. It's not, I think, a prescribed amount. If we're looking at the AHO, it's on page C 1.13. It talks about incentives and waivers. And so those are prescribed incentives and waivers, whereas in state density bonus law, there are things that you ask for. There are incentives and waivers. They're not always the same for each particular project. There may be different development standards that one development might seek versus another. But on the AHO, they're already prescribed for you. And so under the first category A, it talks about floor area ratio. And it allows for, again, not a prescribed amount, but that amount that would make the proposed density achievable.
Thank you. I have some other questions about the bonuses. Is that okay to go there or?
Are you talking about the incentives?
Yes, the incentives for
Yeah. Yeah, this is all part of topic 1.
Perfect. Okay. So a little bit more here, looking at the fee reductions. And so right now, the fee reductions for 100% affordable kind of stop at 65% affordable. And as Mayor Willison mentioned, kind of and in talking to developers, it seems like there's often market rate with inclusionary or there is 100% affordable. We rarely see these in betweens. And so the stopping at 65% is a little confusing and curious. And I'm wanting to hear a little bit more about why that limitation.
Thank you. So yes, so incentives for fee waivers for processing and for impact fees are something that is a given in the proposed AHO. So that is not a change from the current ordinance today. There is a slight increase in allowing that 65% from today's ordinance. The reason I think for the stop is trying to balance between promoting affordable housing and also, looking at the city's budget. And certainly this is a policy conversation for the city council to provide staff. So processing of building permit fees, processing of planning application fees, sometimes could equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Impact fees, as would be things such as our transportation impact fee, our if it's a for sale development, that would be our recreation in lieu fee for development of parks. It would be our building street impact fee. So that would be things for like road repaving. So if those are completely waived, then those would also be potentially impacted in terms of revenues for those types of improvements, and then also revenues for staff's time spent permitting and processing the application and permits.
Thank you. I also had questions about the bonus FARs, and if there's a way that we could adjust that and create more flexibility. Because one of the most useful things in talking to some folks that the affordable housing overlay can do is create flexibility on that so folks can decide how the development looks with the floor area ratios. And something actually that's coming up from a comment that someone shared today is what is truly affordable. And something that I'm thinking about as I look at these bonuses under the affordable housing overlay is, can we create, additional incentives if you are building very low income versus low income? If anything is considered affordable, I want to make sure that folks that are going thinking about the full spectrum here are being incentivized to build that housing. And I'm curious if, how does that exist currently? Like the only mention I see for very low income is underneath the fee waivers where it says that fees are proportionally reduced when you have 25% very low income, and it's 50% if you have just low income. And I'm curious if there are other, tiered systems that we could use to incentivize that very low income in other places through this affordable housing overlay.
Sure. So one thing to note is the applicability section. So it does mention, so this is on page C 1.11 at the affordable housing requirement. So it needs to be 100% residential or mixed use, needs to have 5 or more residential units, and then it needs to provide the minimum number of affordable units. And so these would be deed restricted affordable units. So at least 20% of the total residential units shall be restricted to extremely low, very low, and low in rental developments. And so that is an increase of 5% above our inclusionary zone requirement of 15%. So we wanted to, create the opportunities for additional density bonus for those projects that are providing greater than the minimum required affordable housing. The second one, B, talks about when it's a for sale development. So you notice, I think the main difference there is the addition of moderate income. So in order to apply for rental, it needs to be at either the lower income categories, but if it's for sale, then moderate income housing becomes applicable. And then C, I think, gets to some of the conversation that we were having about at least 25% of the total affordable units shall be restricted to very low and extremely low. So that is trying to get at meeting some of the harder to achieve income categories. So it's someone would just not be proposing an all low income. They do need to provide a mix of low income units. And so 25% of those affordable units need to be at that very low and extremely low income category.
Thank you.
So reminding everyone where we're at, we're looking at the first topic, which is the AHO. So staff recommendations are to allow up to 150 units an acre, as we've been discussing on these specific site areas. And then we should also take a look at those incentives as well. And then kind of resolve sort of where we're at. I get the concern about this height and density in some of these new areas. But I think we've heard loud and clear from the affordable housing community that this is what's required for these 100% affordable developments. And so I'm in favor of pursuing staff recommendations on that. The one thing, this is such, I feel like it's a little thing, in the incentive list, it talks about long-term bicycle parking can be reduced. And if staff doesn't think that HCD would have issues with us taking that out, because I think it aligns with our goals to have more bicycle parking, especially in affordable housing developments. So other than that, I'm comfortable with staff recommendations on the AHO. I'm curious where everyone else is.
I appreciate that mention that caught my eye too. In a similar vein, seeing the parking requirements, I think it makes more sense. We've had a conversation similar to this on the dais where we talked about having parking ceilings as opposed to minimums. And I understand from talking to developers how expensive it is to build parking spaces for each unit. And so if we're trying to incentivize deeply affordable housing, and there are, and if a developer says, okay, we know that there's interest out there for folks who maybe are using public transit or are using bikes or other means of transportation. Can we get rid of this minimum or this minimum requirement? So there's a ceiling as opposed to that, which would be more open and would create more flexibility for developers as they pursue this affordable housing overlay.
So I can address both of those. So just in terms of the bicycle parking, so we've heard the council express interest about bike parking. So we did modify it slightly. We can certainly remove it, but the bike parking did change from allowing a reduction to 0.5 space or 0.5 bicycle parking spaces to a reduction of 0.5 spaces. So if say, for example, the parking requirement is 1.5 spaces, they can reduce it by 0.5. So we're still achieving 1 parking space versus before, say it was 1, you can reduce it down to 0.5. So we did make a slight modification, but that can be stricken if that's the council's desire. In terms of parking, this is an allowance to reduce the parking down to these levels. It's not saying this is, so it's an incentive to reduce it down. I understand that you want to eliminate minimum parking requirements. I think that would require, modifications to the other zoning districts to reduce, to change all of the parking standards in the other zoning districts. Otherwise, there would be a minimum required, and then this would allow for a reduction in the parking.
Yeah, I appreciate what Councilmember Dorr is trying to do. I think it might be a larger conversation about eliminating parking requirements citywide on all development. I think that's what it would require a little.
Thank you. It would require us to evaluate the parking standards in each of the zoning districts to determine if it's a blanket removal of all minimum parking requirements or understanding where we want to allow. So this allows for a reduction, but not an elimination of parking.
Thank you. And I'm curious, so if we had a larger conversation, then whatever decisions we talk about there, I'm especially thinking about these really large developments and the kind of parking that we're requiring in those developments. That would just automatically overlay over this rule and change it if we made modifications.
Yes, for example, in the downtown specific plan, we were talking about some exceptions. So if you're within the half mile of a major transit stop, there are no parking requirements. So yes.
Thank you.
And I just lean towards eliminating the whole bike thing in general. Just, I think, especially if you're looking at affordable housing, they're probably not big units. And then if someone has to store a bike in their unit. Okay, I'm seeing a couple nods here. Okay, any other questions, or I'm seeing anything else about the AHO? Okay.
I have
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up. Actually, this came out of public comment about the open space. I do not support having less space for folks outside. To me, it seems unfair to have less space just to be able to, I know the goal is to provide affordable housing, but to have less space for folks, especially in a high density project, seems unfair. And the second is the setback. And I know that this would, I'm just concerned. I've seen apartment buildings that seem a little too close to streets like El Camino. So just looking for a little reassurance, Mr. Smith and Ms. Chow, that the setbacks won't be so extreme that that again, I'm just looking at what I see may be unfair to the project. So not sure if the setback can be 10 feet instead of 5 or 7 feet.
I think that there could be adjustments made to these provisions, but keeping in mind that in order to achieve the density, that may mean that a development expands in another direction. It would have to go potentially higher. So they would have to take advantage of other allowances or incentives here in order to make that development pencil out.
That makes sense. And I appreciate that Vice Mayor Taylor also mentioned the open space. Reducing that by 50% does seem like a lot from the underlying zoning. And something that we've talked about too is I'm thinking about in a balanced community is making sure that there's open space for everyone as well as the retail and everything else we've talked about. And so I'm curious, would it be possible to reduce it less than 50%? Could we say 30%? Or what percentage feels like a meaningful amount that still can ensure that there is open space provided?
Can I dovetail on that question and just ask, can you explain why you are making the recommendation you're making?
Thank you. So as Mr. Smith mentioned, there are a number of development standards that are outlined in each of our zoning districts. These are things that each development must adhere to. And so in just trying to think at the sort of the push and pull of all these different requirements and trying to then achieve a higher density, greater square footage, greater open space requirements. As you have more units, you have more open space requirements. We are trying to provide some flexibility in all of those development standards. And so hence we're looking at a reduction. In terms of the appropriate number, we might be able to leave it at not prescribing an additional amount. We might be able to say that's appropriate for accomplishing the development, similar to what we've done for FAR and height. And, it's going to be then on a case by, as with each of these developments, case by case on what makes sense. And they would need to demonstrate what the appropriate reduction would be.
What type of administrative burden does that put on staff to have that discretion requirement each application that comes forward? So I think this is about, trying to balance your ability to process applications rapidly, because these are affordable housing applications. So we don't want to make it too cumbersome or hard, and we don't want to make it too expensive to do. So just curious your thoughts on that.
Sure. I would say it's a lot about what the applicant is going to propose and share with what are their needs to make the development happen and demonstrate why the requirement is needed.
So I guess what I'm looking for, so we're going to be returning to all of these sections at the very end for a vote. And so I just want folks to be thinking about if they're comfortable as is, or if they're going to be proposing changes, and if there is the majority of council willing to go along with these changes when we get to that point. So I'm sensing that there's enough support for the bike elimination thing. And the 150s, that's exciting way that we covered that. Then we're on these open space and setback things, and any divergence from the staff recommendations, we need to make sure that there's 3 of us that want to go there. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Can you explain on page C114, what is the difference between coverage where the applicant is able to reduce by 10%? I'm sorry, the minimum open space landscaping requirement reduced by 10% from the underlying zoning designation, and open space G, that in addition to the amount necessary to physically accommodate the increased density provided for by this chapter, any common and or private open space may be reduced by up to 50% from the underlying zoning. So how did the 10% and the 50% interplay?
Sure, thank you. So looking at coverage, so we often refer to that as building coverage. So if you think about like the footprint of a building, so that would be building coverage. And then it talks about allowable paving requirement. Right, so then paving, which sometimes we account for sort of like open space in the general sense, if you will. The second one here with G, open space, that is more of like your private balcony or a common open space, a a yard or a playground, those would be the open space requirements.
So even though they're both called open space, one's open space landscaping and one's open space, so they're actually slightly different. Okay, thank you.
I'm feeling a little torn here because I want there to be more open space, but also I don't want there to be even more hoops that both the developer and the city staff have to go through. And so I'm curious, Vice Mayor Taylor, what you think about this?
I don't understand your question. What do I think about what Ms. Chow just said?
The proposal for the open space about if we did reduce it or remove it from here, what they could do instead is have a require developer to provide an explanation for why they need reduced open space.
My concern is quality of life for residents in Menlo Park in a high density building that may not have any coverage, no trees, no place to play, no place to walk. And so I'm thinking about what life would be like. And so if there's something here that can be altered a little bit, and I think that's something that staff, I wouldn't think would be an issue to talk to a developer about. It's not just build, build, build. It's also about the quality of life for who you're building for, and that needs to be considered.
I'd like to stay with the staff recommendations. I'm concerned about death by 1,000 cuts, I guess you say, if we make things harder. And I think this has been thoughtfully assembled. And I guess I would of course love everybody to have a balcony and whatnot, but if we push too far and then we end up with no units, so nobody gets a balcony, and then we don't get the affordable housing. So I think that the time and effort that went into designing this AHO, I don't necessarily want to on the dais start pulling some of these threads, and then it's no longer gonna serve the purpose that we're writing it for. But that's where I'm at. I'm in preference of moving with the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to add much clarity to this discussion. I hear you, and I hear that there are lots of different factors coming in, and the issue is that space is finite. But I do think we have to ask ourselves, again, it's not just about getting a number of affordable housing units. It's about the people that are living there, and are they going to have drastically different lives from the people not living in affordable housing units. And so I think that that's the concern that the Vice Mayor has brought up. I share it. I don't have a solution. And so again, like I said, I don't know where that brings us.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Nash.
So I would be in support of changing it. And then if it does become cumbersome, we can find out. But very honestly, a short-term cumbersome versus the long-term, possibly 55 years of a building's life, I think I would be interested in changing it.
I am as well.
Okay.
And for staff, and this, if you don't mind, and this question is for staff. I mean, if you really believe that that would be an impediment, do you believe that it would be an impediment by having more open space as opposed to less? That a developer would say that that's problematic?
Thank you. I don't believe it would be an impediment to development. I think we're still allowing for some flexibility with the waiver. We're just going to do a little bit more work to demonstrate what that number would be. So I think it's fine.
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor Taylor. So with that, I would have voted in support of the AHO anyway, but your answer. So it sounds like we're coalescing around the AHO. Any last thoughts or changes to the staff recommendations that folks are going to want at the end when we come back to the AHO? Can we move on to our second topic? Or yeah, City Manager Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I know that you had pulled the council at the outset about trying to discuss everything and then circle back. It may be worthwhile after each topic to see if the topic at hand does have the interrelatedness across all the other remaining items. Because if it does, then I think continuing to wait makes total sense. But if you think that the discussion is kind of discrete
Okay, fair enough. So-
it may be worth seeing if there
If
is
we
a
can wrap
motion.
this one
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Whereas
Okay.
I could see some of the other topics are too interrelated and may difficult. This one may be a little
And
discrete.
City Manager Murphy, perhaps if you are sensing that we've reached a resolution on something discrete, please chime in just like you're doing now. So I guess I will open to entertaining a motion then related to the AHO, unless staff wanted to get any clarification, you might get it in the motion that's made. So is there someone, Councilmember Dorr looks like she's making a motion. Maybe you should make that motion before someone seconds it, because we've been having a lot of discussion of
Yes.
what that looks like.
A motion to approve the AHO, removing the reduced requirement on bike parking and adjusting the open space to require what's Ms. Chow said.
Can you clarify for us?
Please, thank you.
Sure, thank you. So in response to the motion, so that would be a deletion of item, and this is, I'm on page C 1.13 under incentives and waivers. It would be a removal of item C5. And then it would be a modification to CG. And so the last phrase, any common or private open space may be reduced by up to 50% from the underlying zoning would be stricken. And so it would be necessary to physically accommodate the increased density by this chapter with a period.
Yes, I so motion.
And I'm seeing Vice Mayor Taylor is seconding it. So, Councilmember Combs?
I just want to make sure I understand the AHO is impacted by obviously later, like overall zoning changes, like, right? It is a multiplier, right? And as we make changes to zoning, the impact of that multiplier changes. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. Like, again, and I know that like with the changes, the highest for fully affordable is 150, and that's sort of baked into some of those zoning changes that we have discussed and will discuss. And so I just want to, again, I still am very supportive of us taking this now, but there is a sort of interrelatedness. I do want to say that like I do have concerns that whether we've gotten the right mix here as far as like enticing developers, but also I think creating units and then quality of lives for people that still I think is similar to the quality of life that exists across Menlo Park. And so I do have that concern. I do have a concern of whether we have leaned too far towards density as it relates to 100% affordable and what you might get there. But all that to say is I will be supportive of this item.
Thank you. And I of course would love everyone to have lots of open space. So I appreciate the question about it not being an impediment. And yeah, we want everyone to be able to enjoy their life here. Okay, so I believe we have a first and a second. So City Clerk Karen, have we said all the things properly that we needed to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So I do have a first by City Council Member Doer and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to adopt an ordinance amending the Affordable Housing Overlay, Chapter 16.98 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code, removing Section 16.98.060C5 related to long-term bike parking reduction and modifying 16.98.060G related to the open space reduction percentage. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we're 1 for 7. Okay. I think some of them are going to go faster. maybe at the end, we'll see. Okay, so number 2 is talking about new residential opportunities in non-residential districts. And these are related to attachments B and C, and also program H4I in the housing element. Is C the one, Councilmember Combs, that?
Yeah, so my ask here is that we have a discussion and then an item that excludes the Facebook parcels. And so that's the ask. And so we'll have a discussion and it'll go to a vote on all of the changes related to the parcels identified here, except for the 2 Facebook parcels or 2 meta parcels. And that I will leave, and that there will be a separate discussion across the same issues, zoning changes about specifically the two meta parcels.
Okay. So then we will start talking about everything but the 2 meta parcels. Okay. So we are talking about, these are the CMUs primarily. So these are our consolidated commercial districts that we were using C2B as the template and opening up residential areas. There's multiple maps that we have of where these are located. We're also looking at the C2 district for going up to 60 units an acre as kind of that outlier there. So would anyone like to, and we're going up to 30 units an acre on these sites. So anyone want to talk about staff recommendations, whether they're for it, against it, have questions? Councilmember Dorr.
A question that came up in the public comments, and that folks are on the dais, I think, have talked about before, around how are we supporting existing commercial, especially community serving retail and restaurants. And a curiosity that I have here is, can we create rules that require the same square footage of community serving retail and restaurants that is currently there to be there even if other development, other residential housing gets built on the site? So it would have to be a mixed use project that retains that amount of commercial that is retail or restaurants.
And clarifying that some of these sites on the map are opportunity sites and some of these sites are non-opportunity sites but are falling in the CMU. So understanding that there might be 2 separate answers depending on which bucket they fall in.
Yes, if council directs, I would point you to page C-1.37 under 16.40.030, item 9. It says non-residential uses are a required component of any development in the CMU district, except for essentially the opportunity sites in the housing element, which was mentioned here. It is left currently as non-residential uses without a specific amount, but council could direct that we modify this in order to specify certain types of uses or a specific amount if desired.
Yes, I'd be interested, and I'm curious for other thoughts about specifying retail or restaurant or whatever subsection of that maybe excludes office, because there are other spaces where we already have so much office. And also I would be supportive of us saying that the same amount of retail or the same amount of non-residential, the same amount of non-residential that's currently there would be maintained with any of the development. So that would require staff looks at the square footage that is currently there at each site. And of course, this is referring to the non-housing element opportunity sites.
Can we also do this for the housing opportunity sites if they choose not to do 100% housing? In other words, we maintain the restaurant, retail, community serving businesses as opposed to having, along with whatever commercial they might like plus residential, as opposed to just having all commercial, having the community serving businesses go away.
Yes, if I'm understanding the direction correctly, it would be that on the opportunity sites for the lower income arena, where you're required to provide 50% of the FAR as residential uses, you want to have a requirement that any non-residential uses be a certain type of resident serving commercial use. Yes, I think you could do that.
I'm wondering, I'm very interested in retaining the retail that we have on the sites that currently don't have retail, but do have an office, and they want to redevelop it to do part housing, part commercial. There, I'm a little, I don't know if I want to prevent people from putting back their office that they have. So if someone wants to add residential, and they want to return some of the office, I don't know if Councilmember Nash.
So actually, I'll look to Councilmember Dorr, who originally started with this. But I was thinking that this would specifically be for where there's existing businesses. I mean, it would be wonderful to do it beyond that, but I think really what we can, for exactly what you said, it may be an issue for some businesses. So I would like to see it, if there is currently restaurant, retail, community serving business, that it has to maintain unless it gets converted to all housing.
I'm curious to staff, how many of these properties, the CMU zone properties, have office in them versus other uses?
Councilmember Dorr, members of the commission, if I may, while staff is looking at that, point of clarification also is that if the council wants to revise uses that are currently allowed to say that they are not allowed, I'm not sure that that is what you're saying, but we haven't noticed this item that way, so we would have to do additional noticing and bring that back.
That's what I was getting at. So if somebody owns an office building on Middlefield and they want to redevelop with housing and then put their office back there, and I don't think it's appropriate for us tonight to say, no, it actually has to be a retail establishment. However, if going back to like Willow Market or something, if they want to put housing and commercial, I don't think we want to see that become an office necessarily.
Yes, I'm especially supportive of supporting the existing community serving retail, and I'm curious if that's something that we could do. So no need to find that answer about the offices. So apologies for that goose chase.
But I'd actually like a clarification. Are we supporting the businesses or the designation of the space, right? Because it becomes like, because you can say you want Willow Market to come back, but then what if Willow Market is empty? Are you singing then that like that has to be redeveloped and you have to bring retail back? And then I think the question becomes like, very quickly, it's like, well, I'm a landlord. How do I empty out my retail? Like, right. And then this trigger doesn't apply. Like, and so what are the connections when this trigger applies? And I just think that like we become a little too smart.
Well, there's current zoning designations for these different existing things. So some of them are zoned right now, more retail-y
Mhm.
versus some are zoned more professional administrative. So if we say the ones that used to be retail as their designation kind of maintain that's the redeveloped thing, then
But my only thinking is like, and I totally
hear you, though,
is that
yeah.
like, if the retail is empty, maybe the market has made a
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
And so is it an obligation for us to sort of say, because what we don't, and again, like, I want Willow Market as much as all of you, like, right, or all of those actual businesses, like, right, but it's hard to preserve and carve out a way that actually sort of maintains or ensures that the business is maintained, like, right?
Right. And I appreciate that. And maybe what I'm leaning towards is we don't know whether or not that same business will be supported, but we know that the site and will be used for that. And so the residents will still benefit from some kind of public resident facing retail or restaurants. And as we think about building out a community and we have more people, people will need more services and more retail, and so I want to make sure that we're using the zoning appropriately to make sure that those needs can be filled by these zoned retail spaces.
And again, it's just that like, and I get you, because I think both of our intention and heart are in the same place. My thing is that like, saying that something, mandating retail space does not mean will have retail there. And I can take you around this city and show you a lot of empty retail spaces that has been empty for years, right? And I think that there has been some, analysis by some economists is to the extent of, have we reached the max needs as it relates to retail spaces in some places, given like so much has transitioned online? And it's again, I'm not opposed to what you're trying to accomplish. It's just that like, I've seen a lot on the planning commission, how it just doesn't pan out. Sometimes it does. I remember being on the planning commission, and I guess you could call this a retail space, but with the coffee kiosk that is now St. Frank's. And I remember that was required as part of the development of that office building. And when it got acquired by the Schmidt Family Foundation, they came into the planning commission and said, we can't find a place operator who will take it over. It's just like, it was you government people trying to mandate, retail and market activity that like, isn't there, it won't be supported at this space. The planning commission and the council decided to maintain the requirement that a coffee kiosk be operated there. And on any given day, there is like a line of people that come. So in that case, the mandate worked out to some degree. But I've seen so much where it just doesn't. And that's the only thing. But I think I've said my piece on it, and we can move on.
Councilmember Nash?
So we're also adding many, many residents. So hopefully that will help the demand.
Good point. And good points, Councilmember Combs. And I think we all know the Edgewood Market situation in Palo Alto. I guess my question for staff is, I think you know what we've been talking about this over and over again. And you've seen emails about this. Any thoughts on, is this a wild goose chase we're on? Is this a worthy endeavor? Is this something you see others trying? I mean, we know retail is really all over the place and very unpredictable right now. Given what our policy goals are for our community, do you think where we're headed with this concept of requiring kind of that underlying commercial designation to return if you're going to have commercial? I guess, but you can always add retail for the office and professional, but you just can't go the other way, I guess. I think that's what we're saying. So if one of the offices wants to turn into a boutique store or whatever, great, but we don't necessarily want our boutique stores to turn into offices. Okay, so now I'll ask the question.
I think we set it intentionally open for different types of non-residential uses, keeping in mind that certain types of uses outside of retail, personal services, restaurants, and multiple dwelling units would need at least an administrative permit review or conditional use from Planning Commission or City Council, depending on the type of project. I certainly think that there's potential for the kind of specification that council is considering at the moment. I think there's the potential that some sites may redevelop, and to Councilmember Combs' point, it may be just site by site different potential there. I would say also to keep in mind that we do have the mid-cycle review. So whatever decision is made at this time, shortly, we'll be back to evaluate whether or not it's been effective and if it has constrained housing, or if, on the other hand, we have a lot of vacant retail spaces coming up or things like that, that could be addressed at that time.
Could we go with kind of, you get, I don't, there's administrative, then there's CDP, there's all these different levels of review. Can we make it like, if you go and you do the retail, like, then it's more streamlined or whatever, but if you want to do office or a different form of commercial because you just cannot make it work, you're gonna have to go to the Planning Commission or some higher level of review. Cause I don't think we want vacant, and we don't want to we don't want to prevent development. Is that a possibility? I'm just,
Yes, the way that it's structured now, the permitted uses, essentially what would be allowed without requiring a use permit would be retail, personal services, cafes and restaurants, and then multiple dwellings. We could adjust the administratively permitted uses of financial services and professional offices to make those conditional uses instead, and that would then lead to that analysis of a use permit that would require at least Planning Commission to review and sign off on that before it could be granted.
To clarify, does that mean that those uses are currently not on this list of what non-residential qualifies as, or are they included in that longer list you just described?
They are included in the list, but currently administratively permitted, meaning the community development director would have to review and sign off on those.
Just on those two right now, and the others are allowed?
Administratively permitted uses that are proposed now would be financial services, professional offices, outdoor seating, and then live music or entertainment.
so like offices and disturbances. So right now, staff gets to decide if they go through, but we could make it their decision.
Yes, so as you were, I think, about to say, so there are those different tiers, and so there's permitted uses, administratively permitted, which is determined at the community development director level, and then the conditional uses, which require a use permit and requires Planning Commission review. So potentially an alternative to what Mr. Smith was saying, instead of moving the categories to make it more restrictive today, more restrictive than what is allowed today, because that's the current standard, would be potentially, and I think the idea you were saying, like, if you want to do something different than replacing the existing retail uses to come through a process. So maybe it's like, if the council wants to retain that existing commercial use to require the replacement of the commercial square footage, but add a condition that if you are seeking to do something different than the existing, then it will require Planning Commission review. So that it gives them, the property owner, the flexibility to do something then replacing the retail if that is more viable for redevelopment, because there may not be the economics if there's not an option to do different uses than what currently is allowed today.
Thank you for that explanation. That sounds like a lot of extra process that I'm not sure is worth the Planning Commission's time or your time as staff. I would feel most comfortable moving this forward by just taking out office and not allowing office in this, and continuing with supporting for these other uses, given the huge increase of population we'll see with this development, given that, someone who's saying they want to redevelop a site, they'll have to think about what uses will be used there. I'm still most in favor of that option.
So through the mayor, if I just may respond to that. So I think if we are removing an allowed use today, then that would require renoticing to allow property owners to notice that they are.
Oh, so sorry. So removing only in places, so in places where there's currently non-office, required to still be non-office, but where there's currently office, you can keep it office if you wanted. Sorry for the clarification there.
Just to add on to that, if you are removing a permitted use, however, I do think you have to renotice that, even if you're saying you can retain your existing office uses. So if there are sites that currently have retail, but they're zoned to also allow office, if we want to remove the ability of those sites to have office in the future, that's a change in the zoning that would require renoticing.
Okay, and so the option here to incentivize non-office while not requiring that procedure would be what Ms. Chow suggests of a process that would go through the planning commission or something? Or directly through? I'd love
Councilmember Nash has
clarification.
Something
Yeah.
on her.
Well, even I would suggest, if I may, sorry, Councilmember Dorfer jumping in again. Even moving something from a category where it's a administratively processed use to a conditional use, I believe would require renoticing as well, because you're essentially changing the rules that apply to that development. So while I understand, the council's direction in that regard, I would suggest that you would give us that direction to bring that back. If that's a very focused amendment to what's in front of you now, you have a couple of options. You can move forward with what's in your packet. You could direct that we return as soon as possible with that modification, or you could say, we want you to come back, remove it now. We're not going to act on it tonight, and renotice and come back at a future date.
So can we proceed with this amendment, or the amendment, but say that we want to have it come back? And will that hold things up for the January 31st, or can we just have that a piece that needs to be renoticed later, just that one piece? Because I do feel strongly, as I'm hearing others, that we do want to retain the retail or whatever is there, not that specific business, but the site use of that portion that exists. And we will have plenty of opportunities to revisit it in case it's not working well. But I think it's important to start out with it being required.
So, Ms. Wagner, so I was jiving with what we were talking about. If it's retail, it has to stay retail. If it's office, you can have office, or you can go retail. So there weren't any like takings, or we weren't changing anything. The only issue I think that you raised was kind of like non-conforming. Is that what you were saying? If a current use doesn't match the underlying, so if someone's operating a retail on top of an office designation, that's where it would become problematic?
It's slightly different. So if current zoning allows an office use and we want to change and say, no, we're going to require that even if office uses are allowed in that zone, but you've got a retail use, you have to maintain that retail use. You're essentially telling them they can't have an office use. So I think that is a change to the underlying zoning designations. I think it's a question for staff of whether the underlying zoning districts allow office and retail. And I think they're saying they do, but those are the changes that are being proposed, are shown in strike through in your ordinance tonight. So currently the permitted use.
Sorry, what page are you on right now?
C-136.
Oh,
So currently your permitted uses include retail services, personal services, cafes and restaurants, multiple dwellings. Administratively permitted uses include financial services and professional offices. So someone in these areas has the right to come in if they meet the standards and ask for these types of uses on their property. If we're going to change the facts about what uses are allowed on particular properties, that's where I'm saying we need to renotice that.
I see. So what we're talking about underlying districts, that would almost require like a CMUA and a CMUB. Like there'd be like potentially differences in what would be allowable then.
I think that's the policy direction we're getting from you now, is that you're saying that if places have currently existing retail uses, you want them to remain and not become office, but that you would allow office to become retail. If I'm understanding that discussion correctly.
Councilmember Combs?
And I think my question would be like, what constitute an active retail use? Like, right, is it is it just, so it has to be an operating? So obviously not only is the zoning allows for retail, but it has to be operating in that moment as a retail. And is that what you're trying to sort of then say, then that triggers this requirement to maintain it? Or just that you have retail as a zoning option and then that triggers the requirement to maintain it? So that's where I'm like a little confused here. And I would just say that like, I hear you, but I think though, and I appreciate Patty Fry's comment, but office is not the boogeyman it was 4 years ago. And I do think that we have to acknowledge that at one point it was like a bit of a cash cow, especially in this area. And you had some, potential renters or leasees that were ready to pounce on everything that came on the market. I don't know if that's the current environment. And if there were an easy fix to what you were trying to do, I'd say, let's fine, let's do it. But since it seems as though there's not, my question is like, is it worth it? Like, right, all that we're trying to do here.
Okay, go ahead, Council. Well, I just wanted to say, can you explain to us what this administrative process is? So if a developer comes to you and says, I want to do financial services, how, as the development director, do you decide whether to say okay or not? Like what criteria are you using?
Thank you. So for financial and professional services, I'm going to double check. I don't think there's outlined specific criteria for outdoor seating and live music or entertainment that is specified in our code in terms of like displacing parking or adhering to noise and whatnot. And so I think it would be for financial and professional services, looking to see if the types of the proposed use, the hours of operation, if there are any adequate parking, that we would be evaluating on those terms similar to what the Planning Commission would be looking at if it would require a use permit.
Okay, Councilmember Nash?
So on Santa Cruz Avenue, so there is in the specific plan, there's something called an MSO, which is Main Street Retail Frontage Overlay along Santa Cruz Avenue. Is it possible, so property fronting Santa Cruz Avenue shall be required to have a minimum of 1.0 FAR of commercial use. And then note ground floor uses shall be retail, restaurant, et cetera, per the table of the specific plan, E1 of the specific plan. Can we extend that to other business areas that currently exist in Menlo Park and say that anywhere, any of these other areas which have something that's essentially a Main Street retail, anyway, can we put an overlay such as this on the other areas? And is that a simpler solution?
Something like that could be established, but as part of this process and for what we've noticed now to get us through January 31st, it would take more time than that.
But we could do it and post January 31st and that.
Yes,
Okay.
that could be explored.
I would certainly like to do that.
That's something that I would like as well. I'm looking at the map of where these properties are and, I'm looking across on Willow Road and some of the sites here that would be, what if the backyard Caribbean Grill, or what if the Celestica Market, or what if the gas station, sorry, I'm not talking about the gas station, but what if those sites, someone who owns those sites said, actually, I want to do an office is more lucrative, I'll put an office here. That would take away yeah, one of the few, some of the few services that exist in this area for our residents. And so I share the concern of other folks on the dais that I want to make sure that these stay community serving as retail, restaurants, grocery stores, et cetera. And so I would be supportive of us exploring this outside the context of what we need to get past for January and have another prolonged conversation about it.
Okay, I have two things. The first is, so we've been attacking this problem from a regulation restrictive point of view. If we flipped it and look at what incentives we could give to incentivize retail or these permitted uses, is there an additional like step up FAR-ish type thing? Or something like that we could do? Because I'm concerned about when we would be able to revisit this issue. And I want to make sure our expectations are realistic here, because we need to get this over the finish line. And then there's so many housing element programs that need to be implemented. So I guess it's a question for the city manager on my second point is, when would we even be able to come back to this? Because if we're going to be like noticing property owners and having public hearings about this. And then I guess to my first point, is there anything we can do tonight in this time frame that you would recommend that might yield this retail stuff in a different way?
Thank you. So that is a similar solution for creating incentives, similar to what we're going to be talking about in the specific plan area for a step up bonus for larger units, residential units. Though, because it hasn't been discussed with the planning commission, this additional FAR could have CEQA implications, larger buildings, potentially greater transportation impacts, that it would probably be on something that the council could do this evening.
Very helpful. And then I guess my second question is, if we want to explore these overlays or these restrictions or even these incentives, it sounds like it's later than our current timeline. So when would we be able to even get there? I think that's a city manager Murphy or a Ms. Chow question.
Similar to what was kind of discussed a little bit earlier, I wouldn't want to stay until we get greater clarity of all the sort of asks, but I think the best way to think about it is to kind of take stock at the end of this meeting and then also in the new year. I know that there's a lot of pent up demand on a number of issues, so I think it would be best for the council to see all of those in totality, not everything that the city is working on, but everything for which there's sort of competing resources, and make sure that this actually floats to the top compared to some other things that have been on the list for a while. So I think we could commit to coming back in the new year with that sort of prioritization, but it'd be good at the end of tonight to identify the short list of things that are the follow-up items as it relates to tonight's discussion.
Okay, so it sounds like we've tried to attack this problem from multiple angles, and we've failed, at least within the time frame that we have to get this over the finish line. But that it sounds like there's a desire to revisit this topic, which we've been bringing up for a very long time after the fact. So I guess to my colleagues, and again, we're not talking about the 2 parcels that Meta owns, but other than what we've just discussed with this retail topic, given the staff recommendations, are people feeling comfortable with those? Are there any other modifications, comments, questions related to this second topic? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, really quickly. So 2 points. One, just kind of following up. I would be, because again, what we would be, and I do like I always like carrots more than sticks. And so I do like the incentive approach. But if the incentive is to give greater density, then I think the concern would become that the retail space becomes like a loss leader. Like, right, I'll give you the retail space, of which I don't really care is ever filled with anything, because it's going to give me these additional things. And then if you try to actually sort of then add on to that, well, it has to be, there has to be an entity in it, a market, then I think there's lots of sort of effort that goes into trying to make that happen. And so that would just be my call out there. I did have a question again, looking in D1, not the meta parcels, but I don't know if this is a staff question or a question to my colleagues, but as part of the housing element proper, I'll call it, the decision was made not to designate any opportunity sites in D1, except for one, I think, for purchase development proposal. But here in this action, we have identified sites in D1 for additional zoning treatment. And so I was wondering if someone can explain to me like how we're doing that, because I understood the policy around not having D1 as any opportunity sites. And it would seem that like sort of then to call out some sites in D1, District 1, for this additional zoning treatment would seem to contrast with what we were trying to achieve by leaving D1 out of the housing element. And again, I don't know if that's because I don't know where the direction came. And so I don't know if that's a staff question or if that's my colleague's question. I know I didn't add the sites, so it's not a question that I can answer.
I think it's a good question. And to clarify, they were formerly commercial sites that did not allow any residential. And they are now going to allow residential at the density of 30 units an acre. But they're not going to be eligible for the AHO or for any of that other stuff. So I guess the question is, is it because they fell into a certain zoning designation that was getting this treatment elsewhere? And once you treat one parcel in a zoning designation, you have to treat all the same zoning designated parcels the same way? Mr. Smith?
So the new CMU Neighborhood Mixed Use District is based on the existing C2B Neighborhood Commercial Restrictive District, which is primarily located on sites in District 1 that already allow mixed use development. In looking through other commercial sites or sites that could be potentially become mixed use, we identified that C2B already had sort of those regulations that would allow it in District 1 existing. And so it's been more of modifying the other small sized parcels, typically along Willow Road, to mirror what's already allowed in the District 1 area. I would say the one exception though is the two parcels that are owned by Meta with the shopping center site. And for that particular set of sites, I think again, it was sort of looking at ways to streamline development on these commercial parcels throughout the city. They're not opportunity sites in the housing element inventory, but we identified that. And then through the study sessions that we've held over time, we've previewed that potential aggregation or combination of sites into the new CMU district, and did not hear anyone. We didn't hear from Planning Commission or City Council that there was a preference not to include them, so we've proceeded.
Okay, so you'll hear from me now. I mean, at the end of the day, and totally hear where the mayor is coming from, but at the end of the day, the council made a policy decision about concern about additional housing units in D1. And so they were not a part of the housing element process. They were not an opportunity site. And so we have then in this add-on action gone back to D1 and designated sites and said that these and provided the ability for additional housing units. And so they can be small, they can be irregular lots, But what we have done with this action is in contrast to the policy statements that we've made as a council in connection with D1 and the desire not to have additional housing units there as part of this process. And so I will just say that that's a concern. I hear you that they're small and it aligns, it brings that area. And so it's not a big issue for me, but I did want to call it out.
Can I just ask, so the C2B, what was the allowed density?
It allows up to 30 dwelling units per acre currently. So we're maintaining.
So basically, the blue ones that we're seeing on the map they're not changing at all from what it was before or adding additional stuff.
Right. There's some minor changes throughout, but essentially what you see on pages C1.36 and 1.39 is based on the existing regulations in the C2B parcels in District 1.
So there's no zoning change.
There wouldn't be an increase in densities on the sites above what's currently allowed there.
Okay, so then why are what's the value of identifying them here now as part of this process?
The intent was to combine a number of other parcels along Willow Road and around Middlefield Road under those regulations that currently exist in District 1. And it sort of streamlines and simplifies the process because where there were 5 or 6 different zoning districts at play for all of these small sites, we saw what was going on with the sites in D1 and thought that that would be an easy way to replicate it on the other sites in the other districts.
Okay, and so then that argument applies to the parcels I can talk about. It appears though that does not apply to the ones I cannot talk about. But we're not going to talk about that. So
You're veering into.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not going to monitor you, but.
no, totally fine.
As
Okay,
an outside
good.
observer.
But thank you for highlighting that there's no additional zoning changes for the parcels that I can talk about. There is no additional zoning changes or zoning density that changes.
Vice Mayor Taylor, were you leaning in?
Are we discussing it now or are we waiting?
So I would like to finish this and then we'll have Councilmember Combs step out to discuss the ones that he can't talk about. So right now we're talking about all of these CMU parcels with the exception of these 2 yellow ones on the map on slide 8 from this evening.
Well, I'll wait to make my comments.
Okay, when you get there. Okay, so other than this retail situation that we've talked a lot about and not including what Councilmember Combs can't talk about, are we all feeling that the staff recommendations are looking relatively appropriate? Any last comments?
Yes,
Councilmember
thank
Dorr.
you. So I understand that there is a new section that was added in here that was on residential green and sustainable building, talking about energy and water and waste management and bird-friendly design. And I just want to clarify with you all that from what I understand, you all are reflecting language that is elsewhere in other parts of the municipal code and just bringing it over here to make sure it's reflective everywhere. Could you just clarify that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. These green and sustainable building standards that we've included in, I think, nearly, if not all of the proposed zoning changes here are essentially the same as exist currently in the Bayfront zoning districts. So life sciences, residential mixed use, and office that were approved in 2016 through the Connect Menlo process. And so the idea was to carry forward different provisions that staff is now familiar with implementing to these new, or I shouldn't say new, these modified zoning districts.
Thank you. And if we wanted to look at these and say, oh, well, actually to take care of bird-friendly design, there are other things that should be done. It sounds like that might be better fit for a separate conversation. And if so, I'm curious if you'd share a little bit more about what that other process might be to look at these items a little bit more thoroughly.
Yeah, I think when these were developed, staff across different departments and divisions worked on these. So building staff, public works, sustainability staff were involved with the development. And so modifying them here would leave in place in other zoning districts in the Bayfront different standards, which may be confusing to implement. So I think a separate process would probably benefit developers and staff in implementation if it was all to be then modified through a separate action.
Thank you. Yeah. And I am excited at some point on our long list for 2024 to be able to talk more about these items. In particular, I'm on the board for the Bay Area Water Conservation District. And so there are items there that I want to make sure are reflected in this kind of space at some point. So I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay, so keeping our scope to what we need to get done tonight, although I appreciate all the things. So I think at this time, if my sense is we're ready for Councilmember Combs to exit, unless Councilmember Nash, you're making a movement. Do you want to say something?
So we are not going to make a motion on these ones right now?
You're
Ye-
nodding, Councilmember Combs. What does that mean?
Yeah, I would suggest, or I don't know, I think the city manager is not nodding. He looks like he has a strained look on his face.
There's a lot of strange looks tonight.
Yes, sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this vote would occur.
Well, if Councilmember Combs, you want to recuse yourself from the vote, then the vote would occur without you. I do not believe there's a way we can bifurcate the parcels from the ordinance. I'm looking at
Yes.
Deanna, Tom, and Mary on that, but I don't think that's possible.
It-
Sorry, the properties in question are subject to this item, which is B in your packet and C in your packet. They're both included in the CMU. I understand Councilmember Combs' input and that you don't want to participate on those two parcels, but I agree it's difficult to bifurcate them out of the ordinance and say, I guess you're saying you'd have two votes, one saying I'm voting to apply this to everything but these two parcels, and then a subsequent vote where the council would act on whether it applies to those parcels. But they're in this zoning district, so it's difficult to know how to bifurcate that action.
Well, I would see it as they're in the zoning district, but they're all individual parcels. Right, and so but I think I don't know that I want to, like, if the whole idea is to take all of the items, let's even say like removing, like just for the sake of discussion, the meta items, and the staff proposal here, and if that's what the motion is, it's going to be, I would vote against it. Because that's in line with the past concerns I've had about this exercise and where in the city we have indicated for this additional zoning, or this additional zoning treatment. So overall, I'm opposed to the exercise. And so if it's clean, and I've set that on the record, and again, as it relates to specifically some of the Bohannon Drive properties, and the inclusion, I've been very clear in my opposition. And so if it's easy here for this to proceed, I'm happy to express my opposition and then make my leave, and you can vote on the item as one, and that would be a fine approach to me. But as I said, in my mind, it was possible to separate out for the action items, the two parcels, which are actually sort of like start off zoning different than the other parcels. And so they are sort of different. But again, if it's cleaner and the action or advice is to have the council vote on that, then I'm happy to have expressed my opposition to those non-meta parcels or to this agenda item without the meta parcels and have the council proceed.
I think if the council would like to remove those two parcels from the ordinance, the council can do so. And that's up to the council. We wouldn't need to renotice that.
And to be clear, you're removing them from an action item, and then you will take them up in another action item.
No, we just have one ordinance before the council tonight that
Okay.
includes the meta parcels. So if the council wants to remove those parcels from the ordinance, it can, but we don't have two different ordinances before us this evening.
So I wouldn't see it as two different ordinances, but two different action items related to the same, related to the same ordinance.
But the government code requires an ordinance to be read in full or waived in a first reading. It doesn't allow the city to approve different pieces of the ordinance and different votes.
Okay, well, I'm comfortable with how my colleagues would want to proceed. And if the idea is, and actually, I think honestly, I won't put it into a decision for you. I'm comfortable within recusing myself from the vote on this and allowing the council to vote on the ordinance as it has been outlined in the staff report, and that would include the two meta parcels. And so I would leave now for the council to finish the discussion, including the two meta parcels, and then vote on an item that would also include the two meta parcels. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
let's-
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Well, I'll wait. Because I've held off on discussing anything because of the recusal, so.
If I may, Councilmember Combs and Mayor Wilson interject, because I think I understand Councilmember Combs' direction there. So, attachment B is the land use element update to change the zoning designations. I think that participation on that is more broad. It's really attachment C that we're talking about. That's all the commercial zoning district changes. And Councilmember Combs, please interrupt me if you think that's incorrect. But we could bifurcate the CMU from the ordinance, which is attachment, tell you exactly which one it is. It's exhibit B, I believe, to attachment C. Tom's telling me it's A. I'm looking to make sure I know which one it is. It's attachment C, exhibit A is the CMU. That's the rezoning of the two meta parcels we've been talking about. So if the council wants to take an action on attachment C, you could bifurcate exhibit A to attachment C, vote on that separately without Councilmember Combs' participation, and then vote on the entirety of the rest of the ordinance with the entire council.
Well,
And the CMU
Decision is
would
it?
just, it includes the two meta parcels and those other parcels, though, but we're just talking about the CMU. And I actually would be comfortable with that approach of.
But the CMU includes all of those parcels, like many more parcels as well.
It includes more than the two meta parcels, yes, but it's the two meta parcels that are the issue
But-
with the recusal.
But wait, but the CMU, does it include like what are the parcels that are included in the CMU? I think maybe.
It's on slide 8, right?
Yes, it would
On the
be,
presentation?
So it covers the zoning districts, the existing zoning district C1A, C2, certain parcels, C2A, C2B, C2S, and C4, and a certain P parking parcel. The map is on page C1.47.
Yeah, it includes, it's the parcels along, essentially along Willow Road. Extending, obviously from District 1 and into District 2. But then doesn't touch on the other items, which is like the Bohannon Drive property, which are included in this mixed use opportunities, and doesn't include the Sharon Heights Plaza. And so, in that sense, if I'm understanding correctly, I would be comfortable with that, the approach that the Assistant City Attorney has made, accepting that we're not just talking about the meta parcels, but we are not talking about all mixed use opportunities that have been identified.
Wait a second, because I know you have issues with the Bohannon sites. He would still, is this going to address his desire probably to vote separately on the Bohannon sites? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember Combs. I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, that is, well, when you said that the CMU is everything on slide 8, like, right?
But it's not slide 10. So slide 10 is the Bohannon sites.
Yeah, I know. So is the CMU, as the Assistant City Attorney's sort of proposed bifurcating, just slide 8?
If I may, there's the ordinance in attachment C, and then there's exhibits A through F. Exhibit A covers the parcels being rezoned CMU inclusive of the Willow Hamilton parcels. All of the other strategies related to mixed use development are covered in exhibits B through F. So I believe the direction, the advice from the city attorney would be that you could recuse for exhibit A with the CMU and then return for C1, C1C, C2, O, the office, and then some other related cleanups as the other exhibits.
Are we then going to break apart all of these exhibits? Because
No. I think the proposal from the Assistant City Attorney and Mr. Smith is correct. We can remove, the council can vote on the ordinance, but for Exhibit A. But as I said previously, Exhibit A encompasses more than just the 2 meta parcels, so that would preclude Councilmember Combs from being able to vote on the other parcels that are impacted by Exhibit A.
Which is, can you list out the parcels impacted by Exhibit A? Or is it slide 8? Is slide 8 and Exhibit A the same thing?
Yes, the map, yeah.
Okay. So then
do you want to make a motion on what you can't?
But see, the issue is that, like, where I can vote, I am going to vote no.
I think you can still can he make a motion on something that he votes no on?
No.
No.
So I would ask someone else to make that motion.
So I have a question. Do the meta parcels have to be on here?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Councilmember Taylor.
Do the meta parcels have to be on here? Earlier you stated that we could remove them.
That's right. If the council wants to remove from the purview of Exhibit A, the 2 parcels that are currently owned by Meta, the council can do that.
Because I would be more comfortable with that. I don't know if Mr. Smith or Ms. Chow, do those parcels have to be on here?
No, if they were removed, they would keep their existing C2S zoning. One clarification I would make is that C2S currently allows residential uses at 18.5 dwelling units per acre. So the increment of increase would be 11.5 dwelling units per acre, increase above the residential density currently allowed on those two parcels. But they could be removed and they would just maintain their existing zoning.
Since the goal is not to increase density in District 1, I don't understand why they're even on here.
I mean, council could certainly direct us to remove them if desired.
I would be more comfortable removing them.
Are these the only C2S parcels?
Yes, the parcels at Willow and Hamilton, I guess there's technically 3 parcels, 2 sites are the only C2S zoned parcels.
And do you know approximately how many acres those sites are? And these are part of Willow Village? Or the Willow
This is part
Village
of the,
amendment, addendum or whatever?
right.
That's right.
So the the retail site is about 1.83 acres. And then there's the Chevron Station site, which is about 1.34 acres. So in total, we're looking at roughly 3 acres.
If I can chime in, and just my thoughts, and my apologies that this has turned into a detour. I understand completely where Councilmember Taylor is coming from. I have not in my time on the council or on the planning commission had a scenario where an item, as I recall, was actually changed and things were removed because of my recusal. And I would be hard pressed to be in a position now where that happened, or because of my employment, I should say. Like, obviously there have been several scenarios where I've had to recuse myself, but the body has been able, whether it's the planning commission or a council, has been able to continue to take the action and look at the item as it has been presented by staff. And so I would be more comfortable with a scenario where the council got to vote on the item as it was presented by staff, and however that vote went is how that vote went. But I feel more uncomfortable thinking that because of my employment, an item was actually changed. That's what I think the scenario we would be in. And again, like, I'm more comfortable with a scenario where I just recuse myself. Again, to the scope that has been outlined as being possible, and allow the item to proceed to the rest of council.
I'm totally confused on what a recusal means at this point, because it seems like there's been a full conversation about these sites. So does it just mean voting, or does it mean discussing as well?
It means discussing as well.
Well, I don't think that there's been a conversation about those sites. I mean, Councilmember Taylor did, but Vice Mayor Taylor's comments, I don't think that there has been a discussion among the council, and certainly it's something that has led up to a vote.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask, is there a motion? Does anyone want to make a motion? Okay, Councilmember Nash?
So I'm wondering, at what point do we vote on the Bohannon sites? I'm completely confused as to what sites we're voting on now.
So I think for this particular program, the mixed use development opportunities, there are 2 attachments here. The first one is attachment B, which unfortunately is duplicated in the packet. There are 2 copies of that. Attachment B would be the general plan amendment. This is a resolution, so it'd be, when adopted, it'd be effective immediately. And that is changing the land use designation for certain sites from professional administrative offices to retail commercial. Those sites are along Burgess Drive, and then several sites along around Middlefield and Willow on page C 1.21. Those are shown. And then there's a few minor text amendments changing the land use designation in the general plan. So I think that would be one action that the council could take. And then going into attachment C, which has been discussed here partially. I believe the assistant city attorney said Exhibit A, which is specific to CMU, which has been the main topic of discussion, could be voted on separately. And then there's still discussion to be had on the exhibits B, C, D, E, and F of attachment C, which covers other zoning districts.
I think so. I'm sorry. I can remove myself now, and the council can have a discussion about attachment A, which, and to your point, yes, we have had that discussion about that. I stand corrected. Have a discussion to a vote of some sort if there is a motion, and then I can return to take up the remaining attachments.
Through the mayor, if I may recommend, I think it would be the entire council could vote on the attachment B, general plan resolution first, and then move into the exhibit A with the recusal after that.
Okay.
So just for those following along at home, we're on topic number 2, which has to do with allowing residential uses in formerly non-residential areas. There are 2 associated attachments. One is attachment B, which is a resolution, and the other is attachment C, which is an ordinance. So if I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Smith, attachment B, the entire council, this resolution can be voted on right now without any recusals. Okay, so is there a motion on attachment B? And this is to consolidate the zoning districts?
It's to change land use designations so that
Okay, to
all of
change-
them are consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will move that.
It's a motion to approve the ordinance as drafted with the exception of Exhibit A.
This is attachment B, though. This is the resolution.
I'm sorry, now I'm confused.
Okay, so I think we're good. So I'm getting a question whether this includes Bohannon.
No, it only includes certain parcels on page C 1.21, and they're shown in blue, mainly around Middlefield and Willow, and then just down the street on Burgess Drive.
If I just may add to that. So, so the land use designation, as Mr. Smith mentioned, does not include the Bohannon, but there is a text change. So shown on page C dash 1.22. So the office parcels have an office land use designation, and you can see at the bottom, we are adding housing to that because the, some of the parcels in the Bohannon area are going to be discussed in a next exhibit to add housing opportunities to some of the owed sites.
So if somebody doesn't want any housing on those sites by Marsh Road, they would not want to vote for.
Right, so you would sort of the hierarchy, the general plan is the bigger picture, and the zoning enables the zoning. So it could be in the future that it could happen.
Okay.
But
Okay. So I think, yes, Councilmember Nash.
So just want to state, and I actually don't know exactly when I should be doing this, but I want to acknowledge that we've received a letter from the Bohannon Corporation, from Mr. Bohannon, requesting 150 to 200 units per acre. And all I want to do is acknowledge that we did receive it. Thank you.
And just to add on to that, to be clear, that would be without an affordable housing overlay. Like he wants that as essentially what would be the base dwelling units per acre.
So just to clarify, if I may, so if I heard, there are some opportunity sites in that Bohannon development area, so those would have the affordable housing overlay on those specific parcels, but there are a number that would have the opportunity for housing, but not be subject to the provisions of state law for opportunity sites.
Yeah, and to clarify, what was that? I wasn't saying that the affordable housing overlay wouldn't apply. I was just saying that what Mr. Bohannon was asking for was essentially a base that would not require the affordable housing overlay. Because essentially, and again, if others who read the letter, I think what it seems as though he was looking for was 150 to 200, essentially at market rate.
Okay, I think I made a motion. So I motioned to adopt the resolution on attachment B. So is there a second? I'm seeing Councilmember Nash. Got that?
Yes, thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Wollaston and a second by City Council Member Nash to adopt a resolution amending the land use element of the general plan to create new opportunities for mixed use development. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council Member Combs abstaining. Or no, I'm sorry, dissenting.
Okay,
Apologies.
so Councilmember Combs, if you could please excuse yourself.
I know you've been waiting to say that, right?
I have, yeah, thanks. Okay, so would somebody like to discuss anything or go straight to a motion? Vice Mayor Taylor?
And I would like the parcels removed. I don't think that they needed to be on the list. And to me, having them on the list when we're discussing, this is about the housing element and creating more housing and I agree with everything Councilmember Combs said. So we agreed that there would not be any parcels in District 1 on here. So my motion would be to remove them.
Councilmember Dorr, were you grabbing your microphone for a reason?
Yeah, I suppose I'm a bit curious. It was helpful for me to understand that there are no new dwelling units being proposed in D1 with this consolidation of the different things. It seems like an effort somewhat separate from the housing element to align things. And I'd love more context. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
These parcels are connected to Willow Village. It's a project that the city council already approved, so those parcels don't need to be on there. And this does give more density. So it increases the amount of housing in an area that already has enough housing. So I won't be supporting it.
I have a question for staff. How annoying or how troublesome is it for staff to have a separate zoning designation for these two parcels and not including it with the CMU?
Well, considering that right now we're managing 7 different zoning districts here, consolidating to 2 would be an improvement, a big improvement, so.
Okay, so Councilmember Nash?
So do they need a zoning district separate from Willow Village? Because I think that they actually were a separate. Anyway, do they need a separate designation?
The development, so Ms. Chow can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the development was already contemplated fitting under the existing C2S zoning that's applicable on the site. And so I think for that reason, it wouldn't be an issue for it to remain C2S. I would say, however, if there's an interest in removing those sites from this ordinance, we did particularly mention drive-throughs on these two sites in an effort to preserve what they would be able to achieve under the existing C2S zoning. So I think the staff recommendation would be to strike that, since it would no longer be applicable to those two sites, and it would just default back to their C2S zoning.
So you mean it for the CMU not to have
Yes,
drive-throughs?
sorry.
Okay. Given Vice Mayor Taylor's feelings about this being included or not being included, and I just think it's probably a moot point anyway, as part of Willow Village, I would be in support of removing them and then making the applicable change that Mr. Smith said to the CMU. And this is something we can do tonight without delaying anything we can vote on right now.
Right. And just to be clear for everybody who's following along, this would be striking the proposed change under 16.40.020.
What page is that?
7 on page, it's at the top of page C1.37.
And will you repeat what we would be striking?
It would be the entirety of the underlined item 7 at the very top of that page, including sub-items A and B below that.
Okay. So I'm agreeing with Vice Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Dorr and Nash. Are you comfortable with that direction or that? Okay, Councilmember Dorr, would you like to make a motion?
Going back to our discussion earlier, as far as being able to preserve existing retail, restaurants, and community serving. So that is outside this motion, or would we make that part of this motion? I understand we can't do it now, but that would be direction so that we would do it outside of this.
Correct. I think that would be part of the list of items to address in the future. Outside of
Okay.
this.
No,
outside
I'm
of
sorry.
this.
I'm just pausing because I'm uncomfortable waiting too long for that. So, thank you.
I agree. And so I share that discomfort with leaving that out. And I'm curious, what do we have in the meantime? So is this whole section crossed out and said, we'll revisit this, or where does it leave us right now?
So on the same page that we were just referencing, which is C1.37, there is an underlined item 9 under 16.40.030, which says non-residential uses are a required component of any development in the CMU district, except for, and then it lists the housing inventory, element inventory sites for very low and low income households.
So that would be completely stricken out until we have a further conversation, or would this
No,
stay
that-
in?
that
That would
stays
stay in.
Okay.
So I feel like we litigated this about an hour
It's been a
ago.
minute. Yeah.
Okay, and we Sorry, we are voting on it now, so that's fair. But I think where we left off an hour or maybe 2 hours ago was that we really want to deal with this retail issue, but that there was no way to get this done. We looked at lots of different ways by the, yes.
I
Councilmember.
have one additional question here for this section. And I don't think it came up in our litigation earlier. We've talked about what non-residential we might want to focus on, but I don't recall hearing if we can add to this statement as it currently stands, something about non-residential uses are a required component at the same area, using the same area. That's something that we didn't talk about earlier, is if that's something that we can include here without requiring that further process that we'll have later. And I wonder if that would help with some of our discomfort of not having any kind of support for maintaining non-residential retail and services.
It doesn't address which type of non-residential.
It doesn't just
but
type, but at least the area is
it
maintained
hints
for.
at the level currently provided.
Give
I'm
us a
just
moment to
more
consider
interested
that.
in the use than in I mean, the area of the,
I'm not sure it's going to
building,
get you
I'm
what
not-
you want because someone could come in with a different type of non-residential at the amount that was before.
I mean, just because office is non-residential. So.
I hear you. Okay.
I love the idea. I wish there was something.
Mr. Smith, were you telling us something?
If I may, Mayor Willison, we were just having a little sidebar to make sure that we review the housing element program itself to see what it was we said about sites other than the inventory sites for for lower income RENA, to see if we included any kind of limitations. I mean, one concern is it's just a concern without having looked at the specifics yet, is requiring that they maintain the existing area for non-residential uses could have a potential impact on the ability to develop residential uses. So we were just trying to talk that through as well.
I think we were talking on the 50% that was not housing.
So,
And if they didn't want to do 100%. So the housing definitely.
So remember, there's two categories of sites, right? The mixed use sites that are being proposed for capacity for lower income RENA. That's the site. Those are the sites that have the 100% residential allowed, 50% FAR required. Other mixed use sites don't have that same restriction. That only applies to sites that are being utilized to provide lower income RENA capacity. So by saying a mixed use project on a non-lower income RENA capacity site has to maintain its existing non-residential uses, could have an undesired effect of precluding some housing development. That was my point. And I think Mr. Smith may have located the program at issue.
Right. It's program H4I, and it is pretty brief. It just says adopt a zoning ordinance amendment for non-residential zones, lists the zoning districts to allow only residential uses and or mixed use developments with 30 units per acre. So it specifies the density, but does not make a mention of any FAR requirements.
Yeah, I think Vice Mayor Taylor.
Okay, I'll make a motion to remove the parcels that we have discussed for the past 90 minutes.
So you are, let me clarify, in attachment C, Exhibit A, you're moving to approve that with the change of removing the 2 meta properties?
Yes, or 3. I think there are 3 parcels.
There were 2 sites that
2
are made up
sites,
of
3
3
parcels.
parcels?
Okay.
I think, Ms. Chow?
I was just going to clarify the existing C2S parcels and
Thank you for the clarification. That's a better way to describe it. Mr. Smith?
And I think it would also be helpful to add that it would be, these parcels would be removed from the map that is part of Exhibit A on page C1.47.
And would you entertain a friendly amendment to take the drive-through bit out of the CMU
Yes.
description? Was that what you were looking for? Okay. I will second that then.
So what did we decide about? What did we decide about the non-residential?
So City Clerk Karen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by Mayor Willison to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance repealing chapter 6.32, 16.39, and 16.42, amending chapters 16.30, 16.36, 16.38, 16.40, 16.43, and associated chapters of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code for consistency, and rezoning C-1-A, C-2.S, C-2.A, C-2-B, C-4, and certain C-2 and P parcels to CMU to create new opportunities for mixed-use development, and removing 16.40.0207 and 7A and 7B, and removing parcels from any future maps, and removing drive-through from the CMU. Any further city council question or discussion?
Yes.
Please.
Currently, what I'm wondering is, what is the difference between how they are zoned right now with regard to existing use, the uses that we're talking about versus what they will be? What is the difference? Are we losing anything? Are we gaining anything from a perspective of residential uses?
thank you. Are you specifically to the C2S sites?
If I vote yes on this, am I doing anything to endanger having the retail, restaurants, retail, community serving uses that was not there before? Or am I doing anything to save it, which was not there before? What is the difference in the zoning? With this motion as it relates to the retail, restaurant, and community serving. I honestly do not know how I'm going to vote right now
Yeah,
because
actually, I'm actually starting to hear what Councilmember Nash is saying now, because before we had these 5 or 6, 7 zoning districts, and some of them specified that it had to be retail, restaurant, community serving. And now we're mushing them all into one. And so one of them might have required retail, but now we're saying actually it can be any of the CMU. So to Councilmember Nash's point, now I'm getting skeptical of this strategy as well. Took me till the 11th hour to get here.
Sure. So I think C2B, which is what the consolidation is moving towards, so into the new CMU district, is probably most reflective of the types of uses that you are seeking. But let us pull up each of the zoning codes and districts, and we can give you a better overview.
While you put that together, I think it might be helpful if we just had a moment for some fresh air. Or do you want to take a quick break while you pull it together, or you want to finish this item? I didn't know if that was a long process or not to look that up.
I've been browsing through them.
Okay, sorry.
And each of the zoning districts that would be sort of aggregated under C2B allows for professional and administrative office uses in some form or another. Most of them allow for retail uses. I would say the one potential exception would be the C1A district, which currently has certain types of neighborhood serving uses like banks, things like that, as a conditional use, and it would actually be becoming a permitted use instead. So for some of these districts, it would be increasing actually the availability of retail services, personal services, cafes, restaurants, where they may not, where it may be currently a more restrictive type of use. And in certain districts where professional offices and financial services would be allowed sort of outright, now we're looking at those as administratively permitted use. So we've tried to accommodate all the different use types that existed under the previous ordinances, and many of them reflect what is being proposed here already.
Is this needed for, and this is adding the ability to put housing on all of them. So is this a necessary part of our housing element in getting certified?
There are opportunity sites that do fall under this rezoning, so they would be reliant on getting that 30 dwelling units per acre of housing in order to be utilized in our housing element, counting towards our RENA.
And I thought we agreed that no sites in District 1, considering we don't, what is it, further affirming fair housing? Wouldn't this go against it?
No, we're not, we're okay with that.
We're not talking about that.
No,
Okay.
we're fine with that.
Thank you. I need to
Sorry,
go
no,
to
we're
bed.
fine with that. This is about the rest.
So it's possible that some of these C sites that didn't allow retail now will allow retail. And some of these sites that were only allowing like retail and stuff now would allow office under administrative review.
So I believe all of them currently allow office under one category or another of use types.
Okay, thank you. I'm feeling more comfortable now.
I just want to say thank you so much for bearing with us and for all the work you've put into this. And it's something we don't do every day. So it's just trying to get our arms around it, but
And-
really appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Just to remind council, it is 10:18 and we are on topic 2. So I know we're trying to get this right. Yeah, I didn't bring my sleeping bag. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second. I believe we're ready for the vote. I just saw it show up.
So Mayor, I do just want to confirm that what was my understanding of what was read as the motion was not just Exhibit A, but Exhibit A through F. And I'm not sure that was fully the
Sorry,
intent.
thank you for catching that,
Yeah,
City Manager
yeah,
Murphy.
okay.
No, this is just Exhibit A.
Yeah, if I may, I believe the city clerk appropriately read the full title of the ordinance, but all you're voting on is the application of the ordinance to what is Exhibit A to Attachment C. So you're voting only right now on the body of the ordinance and the attachment, which is Exhibit A.
And to clarify, a vote no on this would mean that we are not allowing residential uses on these former commercial sites, and we would be out of compliance with the program in our housing element.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, just thanks for the clarification.
Can I request that we pull this and consider it next week? Would that be and just,
Believe there's a motion and a second.
well, it's a clarifying question so that I know how to vote.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify, so this particular item to move to introduce next week, so the second reading would happen the week following.
I am just feeling very uncomfortable with this, just how we are treating the restaurants, retail and community serving businesses. And I want to, I am very uneasy with moving ahead with this and not having any certainty as to how we can approach that. Realizing that a lot of that is on city council in order to prioritize it. But I guess I'm uncomfortable. And I'm wondering if there would be any additional, would there be any benefit to just being able to look at it again? Or is it something where we're really not going to, in 1 week, we will not gain any insight into this issue?
So Mayor, I'd say that's more of a question for the council as opposed to, I don't think that's a question to staff. That's, I could talk to you about the implications of timeline, things like that. There's, potentially some additional information that we can provide that kind of shows the greater changes across the consolidation of some things, but again, we'd have to do that in the next 2 days. So
Well-
that part might be a little challenging, but
I guess what I'm really looking for is someone to synthesize it for me out of all the planning language and just sort of getting a nod. Yes, this is not really changing anything as far as the businesses are not assured at this, under the current zoning, and they won't be assured under the new one, but we will be looking at it if that's council direction, or they really are assured right now and they won't be, but we can still look at it. Just, I'm trying to sift through.
I
what we're
can share
talking
a
about.
little bit and then turn to the rest of the staff on this. I can say that I've worked for the city for over 25 years, and the desire to try to consolidate these districts has been there because there's very, very minor differences across these 5 districts that we're now talking about. Because we've moved one out. There's very minor differences. So I can tell you that without even going back to the zoning ordinances, that we're talking about very nuanced, subtle changes. They may be nuanced, subtle changes that are extremely important. I'm not trying to pass judgment on that, but these are very small changes across these 5 districts. So to be able to consolidate, I think is good. As Mr. Smith said, generally across those 5 districts, additional retail is being offered. So I think that's a positive. There's, again, some minor differences. I'm hesitating this evening to commit to what various zoning changes we're going to be pursuing, because I've heard from multiple people on the council about multiple changes that you'd like to pursue. And so I cannot commit to that in terms of resources until we get through everything this evening. So that aside, if this is pursued, the changes that are being contemplated specific to this, I trust we can move through quickly. But there are some other things that will be delayed because it's the same exact people that work on them. And there's a lot of questions that come into this. There's a lot of deliberation that happens. There's a lot of work that's not happening in the council chambers to kind of prepare for this. So it consumes a lot of time, and there's no way around that. That's just the way. We can't escape that.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second and a vote on the table.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Combe recused.
Thank you. And can someone bring back Councilmember Combs. He's coming. Okay, so we've just bifurcated Exhibit A and Attachment C. And now we're moving on to attachments, well, the rest of Attachment C minus Exhibit A. So I don't want to make sure our city clerk is with us. Okay, so was there more discussion on Attachment C exhibits, the other exhibits, or is someone ready to make a motion? And we're looking for a motion to adopt the ordinance. I will make a motion to adopt. Is that what I'm doing now? I'm getting weird looks. Okay. And it's getting late and we have so far to go. Okay. So to recap what we've done, we took Attachment B, we all voted on it. We took Attachment C and we chopped it into two pieces. One with Exhibit A that Councilmember Combs recused himself for, and then the other Attachment B portion we are doing now, which are the other zoning districts that we have enabled housing at that may have formerly not had housing. And that includes C1, C1C, C2O, I believe, and some other things. Okay, so Betsy made the most. Councilmember Nash made the motion. I'm seconding that. So there's a motion and a second on the table. And this is for adopting the ordinance in Attachment C with the exception of the action we just took on Exhibit A. So City Clerk Heron, good luck with this one.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. And I will ask just for maybe a minute or so I can get this motion correct. Thank you. Okay. Mayor Wilson, can you please remind me our motion and seconder?
The motion was made by Councilmember Nash and seconded by myself.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I have a motion by City Council Member Nash and a second by Mayor Willison to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance repealing Chapter 16.32, 16.39, 16.42, amending Chapter 16.30, 16.36, 16.38, 16.40, 16.43, and associated chapters of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code for consistency and rezoning C-1-A, C-2-S, C-2-A, C-2-B, C-4, and certain C-2 and P parcels to CMU to create new opportunities for mixed-use developments as presented in Exhibits B through F. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council Member Combs dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, as I mentioned, that was number 2 of 7. We're gonna take a break in just a moment. I just want to kind of acknowledge what time it is and the urgency of the work that we're doing tonight. So I'm expecting to stay here until we get this done. I just want to okay, I'm seeing a thumbs up, thumbs up. I think that I think we gotta go. So we gotta get this done. So, buckle up. We're gonna take a break. We'll come back at 10:40. We'll splash some water in our face and then we'll get ready for the next round. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor
What was
Willison. And may I
Oh,
just,
a 7-minute break, 10:37.
might be a 6-minute break. I
Okay.
need to read one thing into the record for our first action related to the AHO. I neglected to read into the record the ordinance, so at this time I would like to do that, just to make it
Please.
official.
Please.
So we've introduced and waived the first reading of an ordinance amending the Affordable Housing Overlay, Chapter 16.98 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code, removing Section 6.98.060 C5 related to long-term bike parking reduction and modifying 16.98.060 G related to open space reduction percentage. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, 10:37, starting now. Thanks.
All right, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Okay, we are moving on to our third major topic of discussion, reminding everyone that's out of 7. The third topic has to do with multifamily zoning district revisions. These are related to attachments D and E, which stem from housing element programs H4J. So this has to do with our R3 parcels around downtown, our R3 parcels over 100,000 square feet. We're increasing the lot coverage. We are amending them to have that 30 units an acre with the exception of the flood school site. I think that's most of what we're doing here. So are there comments, questions on this? We are we're on attachment D and attachment E. 83. So that's C183 is where this section begins, if you're following along in the agenda packet. Councilmember Nash.
So I have 2 comments, which I believe I'm looking at the city manager. I need to get council approval for. One is on, this was, since I didn't hear back, I'm assuming, okay. On page C190, actually, City Clerk Heron, could you please put up the first slide? So on C190, on page C190, which is right here, I've highlighted single-family dwellings. The following uses are permitted in the R3 apartment district. One is single-family dwellings. What I would like to add is something about that you cannot reduce the number of units. In other words, if it's a single-family dwelling there on an R3, that's great, but you can't go like from 2 units to a single family.
That sounds great conceptually. Just wanted to check in with staff what their thoughts were on that.
We're discussing.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Nash, so if we understand correctly, then you would like to add a clause stating that there would be no reduction in the number of units from what currently exists when the property redevelops?
That's correct.
Okay.
So you cannot reduce the number of units,
Okay.
yes.
So I think there already are state provisions that would require replacement of units unless there are findings for no net loss.
Could you say that
So
one more time?
there are existing state provisions for replacement number of units unless findings are made for no net loss. So it would be consistent with what you're saying.
So we don't
would
need
be
anything
consistent
there?
with what state law. I think so.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Combs?
My only question is that if it's a R3 zoning and single family is allowed and an R3 or a triplex is on it, if single family dwelling is allowed, then how can we restrict it? I'm assuming we can if you say, but it would seem kind of incongruous that you would have that as an option of the zoning, but then restricted. But if that's what the state does, then that's.
So I think, Councilmember Combs, if I may, so if a parcel is currently improved with a triplex or a fourplex, and somebody wants to build a single family home there, they would come in with a project, and in order to approve that reduction in the number of units that are included on that site, the city would have to comply with the no net loss provisions that state when you have a reduction in density, you have to either make certain findings or you have to provide that there's an uptick in density somewhere else. So I think what staff was referring to is that if there is a reduction in units, there's got to be a production of units elsewhere in order to offset that restriction. But what the council is saying is we don't want to allow single family dwellings in multifamily dwelling districts. That's a different question.
Okay, and that no net loss state provision, so that exists across all places, like right in the
Yes.
city where they're okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was what I was wondering. And then could we go to the second slide, please? And this is on 92. And on this one, for all R3 properties, where is that? All R3 properties around the El Camino Real downtown specific plan area, there's a minimum bike parking of 1.5 long-term per unit, 10% additional short-term for guests. And I was I propose that also is for all R3 zoned properties except for lots around basically it would apply to all R3 lots. So we'd take the same language and move it to the other column as well.
I'm supportive of that change.
Unless staff has an issue with that, I'd be supportive.
No, it's a minor change just to, you're essentially saying for that center column in the table, replicate that language for the other R3 lots.
Correct. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so are there any other comments, desires on resolution, which is in attachment D, and the ordinance, which is in attachment E? I am also interested in entertaining motions.
And just as a reminder, I'll need a verbal motion as well as the vote cast motion.
I moved.
Thank you.
I've seconded.
Thank you. And I will actually turn to staff for assistance with this motion just to identify the changes that were directed by council. But for the record, I have a motion by City Council Member Combs and a second by City Council Member Nash to adopt a resolution amending the land use element of the general plan to increase residential density and maximize R3 development proposals. Perfect.
Are we
Great.
doing both of the attachments in one motion?
The second one, I believe, is an ordinance, which will require
Okay,
Um,
a separate.
yeah, a separate motion if possible. All right, so any further city council question or discussions? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I am moving on attachment E, which is our ordinance.
Thank you. City Council Member Nash, can you verbalize your second?
Betsy, Councilmember Nash.
Yes. Is seconding. Right, so I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Nash to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending chapter 16.20, 16.22, 16.23, 16.24, and 16.26 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code and rezoning 320 Sheridan Drive from the R1U to R3 to increase residential density and maximize development proposals in the R-3 and R-4 districts. Any further city council question or discussion?
If I may, Mayor Willison, can we just get clarification on the modifications that were or were not included in the
Thank you,
motion that was-
Ms. Wagner. So in my motion, if the seconder is keen to it, the bike parking modifications as stated by Councilmember Dorr, or was it, yeah, no, Councilmember Nash. It was Councilmember Nash that stated those. Is that appropriate? To just say it like that? Which are to replicate
Yes.
the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan to all R3s.
On the bike parking. Got it.
Okay, are you, okay, and the seconder agrees.
Great. So I've included, including bike parking modifications to all R3. All right, any further city council question, discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to our fourth category, which I'm sure will go just as quickly as the last one, which that's a joke, is our modifications to the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan. For those following along, this is attachment F, which applies to our program. Bear with me for a second. H4L. And this is going to be a resolution. So this is a big one. Lots of changes being contemplated for the downtown specific plan. Curious to know folks' thoughts. Councilmember Nash.
So I just want to do two edits if council approves. And if we could see slide 3, please. So on this one, the highlighted sentence, the concept for downtown continues to provide convenient shared parking at public parking plazas. I would like to see that move to the end of the paragraph rather than the beginning, just because this makes it sound like downtown is all about parking.
I'm supportive of that.
I'm supportive of that.
Thank you. And could we do the next slide, please? So on this one, the highlighted.
What page are we on?
I'm sorry, this is on page, good question.
125.
Thank you. So on this one, there's two pieces to it. Currently, basically, I'd like to reinstate what's in yellow. And I believe the city manager has said that would work, but I guess I'm looking to staff as well.
Can you just elaborate what is, for those of us that aren't reading at this stage of the evening, what are you trying to accomplish?
What was struck was language that was currently there saying the planning division shall provide the planning commission and city council with yearly informational updates of this record. And I would like that or some variation of that. I think we talked about perhaps having notification rather than an actual report actually provided, so that we do in fact get the informational update, which in fact is required as part of the specific plan. So there's hopefully not additional work.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Is staff amenable to that?
Yes, that's fine. Excuse me. The information is also posted online as was mentioned, but we can separately notify the planning commission, or excuse me, the city council of the updates.
Thank you. And then the other piece was reinstating any development proposal that would result in more commercial development than permitted by the specific plan would be required to apply for an amendment to the specific plan and complete the necessary environmental review. And that would be to reinstate that.
I worry that when I was reading this, I didn't catch earlier when I read this, because I highlighted it as well, that this is also true for more residences. And so I worry about, say someone that says, hey, we'll put in 200 units of affordable housing, and now we're docking them and creating.
So actually the residence cap, this is related to the cap for commercial development and the cap for the specific plan cap for residences, and we are eliminating the cap for residences, so it would no longer apply.
Oh, I see. So you did not highlight more residences. You're just highlighting more commercial development.
That was the intent, yes.
I'm curious to know how this works with mixed-use development, and if this could be problematic for our housing development. Or I guess, why was it taken out? Too.
So thank you for the question. So I guess to answer the second question first, why was it removed? I think it's sort of known that an amendment would be required if it exceeds the cap, because in other places of the specific plan, it mentions the cap on the square footage and is noted the 680 units, which was the cap on the residential units, is being removed. But we can state it, so that is not that issue. But even if it wasn't in the document, we would still require an amendment to exceed the cap on the non-residential square footage. And then the first question that you were asking about.
Well, I
this-
think given that was
Okay.
already there, I think you kind of answered my question. That it's not doing anything new. It's just reiterating something that was there.
I have a curiosity here. So just a little bit higher on the page, the same page where it mentions what that non-residential maximum new net development is of 474,000 square feet of non-residential. The uses here seem so vastly different between office, hotel, retail. And so a blanket cap on that is, this is something that was already previously decided on, but is still a little maybe confusing and or interesting to me. And so I'm curious, is there any further designation or caps that are on the subcomponents, or what's the recommendation for keeping a overall cap like this versus trying to do a breakout?
Thank you. So there is a mention of, but not of the square footages separated. It's on C-1.112. So there is a table that gives an illustrative plan of what the mix of commercial uses could be. But we, as noted under C-1.125, under the non-residential uses, including retail, office, and hotel, those are cumulatively considered when we are looking at the changes in the square footage for that 474,000 square feet. So one is illustrative and kind of what could be, but when we're looking at, we don't differentiate between the non-residential square footage uses.
Thank you for that clarification.
So do we use the illustrative example as the caps? No.
No, it's the cumulative of the 474 for those three components that are listed there.
So to Councilmember Dorr's point, and I think we might be going off a little bit out of scope right now, there are no caps by specific types of uses. Just commercial versus residential.
That is correct.
So the table you showed was more illustrative of here's where we could imagine growth happening.
Where are we at with regards to this cap? I could have missed it, but it would be that commercial cap in general.
We can provide that information. There is information currently on the website. Will we be posting a new update shortly, but we can provide the information.
Can you
given-
just let us and members of the public know where on the website would we find this information?
Sure. So So at our webpage, so menlopark.gov, and then you sort of navigate through a number of different sections. So it's looking at the Department for Community Development, then you look at the Planning Division, you're looking at the Comprehensive Planning, and then the next subcategory is El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan. And then if you move to projects, it's kind of a box, projects in the specific plan area. And then at the bottom of the page, it talks about a summary of all approved and pending projects. And if you click on the project summary, it provides that running total.
Okay, I think we all learned something. Thank you, Ms. Chow. Okay, so Councilmember Nash, were you done with your comments? Okay. Other comments, questions, specific things going on with the downtown specific plan? So lots going on here. We're looking at upzoning to allow greater densities and heights. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so just so I'm understanding, like when we say like a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre, so that means that we wouldn't allow a project that had less, correct? But then for like, in theory though, like if we're talking about base density, like, right, the downtown D, it would be a minimum of 20 and a max of 60, right? Not calculating bonus, right?
Right.
Okay. Cool. That's my only question. Well, just that, like, you know, just sort of clarifying that part of this change is that we wouldn't allow, there would be a minimum, there would be a floor of 20 units. So just sort of understanding that in relation to the proposed increases.
So I guess I'll just jump in here and say, this is where hours and hours ago where I was talking about balance, where I think it really comes into play. And I think there are members of the community, probably a lot of members of the community that aren't going to be 100% happy with this. We've heard from people that want us to go more and higher. And I've certainly received emails from people that want us to go less and lower. I think there are a bunch of things we're trying to accomplish in this housing element and with this zoning exercise. I think that we have to be conscientious of how we're going to meet our arena. I think 100% affordable developments and utilizing AB 1763, a half mile from transit to give unlimited density, and our AHO, which could get some of our housing opportunity sites up to 150 units an acre, is one strategy for 100% affordable. I think we're also going to need inclusionary units and market rate units. I know we tend to produce a lot of market rate units. And I think for downtown, we need a mix of income of units. And we need to, as Councilmember Combs had said, create that environment to, you know, see if the market responds. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing perfectly. But I think that the recommendation that we're at tonight, where is to me the right balance for where we're at. I'm also very conscious of our mid-cycle review that is right around the corner. And I think we need to, you know, provide those opportunities for development. And finally, you know, I think it was Boulanger is the latest restaurant that's closed now. And I think we all hear from residents about what are we doing to bring life to downtown. And I do think that zoning is our biggest tool that we have to spark development and to see the future for Menlo Park. So I'm Like I said, not going to make a lot of people happy, but I would be encouraging us to adopt these recommendations as written in the resolution and attachment F and move forward. So that's where I'm at with this.
I'm supportive of that with the small modifications that Councilmember Nash mentioned.
Yes, I didn't have any problems with those, although I can't remember what they were, but I don't remember having problems.
Yeah, thanks. I think overall I'm supportive of the direction, obviously that we're going in and certainly to some degree, the downtown specific plan has not been as successful as I think we all wanted it to be. Again, there certainly have been some developments into large developments. I do think, you know, Patty Fry made an apt point in acknowledging that, like, we didn't even in those larger developments get the max number of housing. And so, is this the right sort of calibration that balances balance, but also a need, to quote the mayor quoting me, to create the right environment? Is I have to say something that gives me some caution, but at this point, I think I have to lean towards being a little aggressive in trying to create that environment and spur that development.
Vice Mayor Taylor, we haven't heard from you yet on this topic. Okay, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. And so I believe that a compliant housing element is the highest priority, and affordable housing is far too scarce. We should not use high density and relaxed height limits to supercharge market rate housing in Menlo Park. Those tools are appropriate for affordable housing. As we all know, state policies permit unlimited density for 100% affordable housing that is within half a mile of transit. I fully support whatever height and density rates that are needed to build 100% affordable housing citywide. I oppose zoning our downtown for 100 units per acre if it is not for affordable housing. Therefore, I oppose the implementation as outlined in the staff report. We built 8 times as much market rate housing as targeted in our last housing element. Clearly, there is no need to encourage developers to build even more market rate housing. We only need to encourage affordable housing. The proposed upzoning is a gift to developers. I hear the call for parity with the Bayfront and making the zoning the same or greater. I believe 100 dwelling units per acre has not worked out in the Bayfront. Vice Mayor Taylor and I have attempted to correct that, but to no avail. However, that mistake made by a previous council should not be replicated by this council. I do not believe that we have thought through the likely consequences of zoning for 100 units per acre for market rate housing. There will be no going back from this decision. Once these housing numbers are established, they cannot be reduced. The State Housing Accountability Act mandates no net loss of housing. I have always been a strong proponent of increased housing in Menlo Park, particularly increased affordable housing, so that we can live in one community along with our teachers, downtown workers, small business entrepreneurs and staff, first responders, and city staff. Regretfully, I will be voting no on the proposed downtown zoning changes.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Vice Mayor Taylor. Okay. Councilmember Combs.
Thanks, Councilmember Nash, not to put you on the spot, but is there a increase that you could be supportive of, or you're comfortable with the existing density as it relates to the specific plan, and are not supportive of any change?
So I am supportive of all the changes except up to 100 dwelling units per acre.
And so like, would that like, and so the 100 exists on the bonus density increase option. And so that's in downtown district, that's in station area east, right? And then station area west. And so is there a number for those areas that you would be comfortable with? Would it be 80?
I mean, I would consider 80. I would be more comfortable if rather than 80 for, if we went to 70, we can always go up. We can go up at any time. But anyway, I appreciate you asking.
Yeah, no,
but-
because I would be, like I said, I have some caution here, like, right? That I get the need to be aggressive, but is it putting too much on the throttle? Again, especially to your point, this is market rate housing we're talking about. So we're talking about bonuses not related to any affordable housing overlay, but just that all can be market rate. And I would be like sort of comfortable with the increases. It seems that you would be comfortable with, because they are still, from my perspective, substantive increases, but aren't at that 100 dwelling units an acre. I don't know if you have any others, but or if you would really be willing to go along with that.
I would be perfectly willing to go along with 70,
where there is 100 now.
where there's 100 and also where there's 80.
Yeah, okay, so making 70 the max, so
Right.
bringing also that El Camino Real Southeast down to
70. Yes.
I appreciate this dialogue, and also at this late hour when we've been discussing this for months, I don't feel comfortable with a change from the 100 units an acre. That is the baseline here. And especially two reasons are sticking out to me. One is that in this idea of balance in a balanced community, I think that the vision I have is that this is a mixed income community where there are units of all different sorts present together. And I want to make sure that we're fostering that and encouraging that. And also I'm thinking about often in conversations with, okay, no, here's three. So second one, so that's the first one, is the idea of having a mixed income community, vibrant, dense community downtown. Two, it's the opportunity to capture more below market rate as a percentage of any development that's done at market rate. And so the ability to add in more affordable housing there. And then three, I'm thinking of, spots like Springline and other spaces that I've gotten to spend more time around, and the value of having market rate developers who come in and who are thinking about mixed use and thinking about these other needs that they can provide to their communities. And in talking to several developers, I've heard that, the nonprofit developers that would be doing the affordable housing, they're really not the ones set up to do any of the mixed use. And so they would just be building these big blocks of only affordable housing. And so to add more of that richness to our community, I would like to see some of the market rate that has these other resources there that everyone can benefit from. And so those are the three reasons, along with it being a late hour in a conversation that's been going on several months, that I am supportive of maintaining the current base densities as proposed. Thank you.
I think my only, what's the density of Springline, since it got brought up? What's the dwelling units of acre or versus Stanford? Or it's not 100. So
Ms. Chow, do you know?
So, and you have that.
Do you know the approximate density of Springline?
I would say like 30 or 40 dwelling units to the acre.
Yeah, so what Councilmember Nash has said is that she's willing to be comfortable with doubling that. right? And that is a market rate development where we have seen a lot of that critical mass. And obviously a property owner who's, been willing to do lots of programming, I guess is what you would call it. So yeah, if anything, I think I appreciate where you're coming from, but those examples, I think, sort of firm my position in alignment with Councilmember Nash that her offer, I think, is a decent and solid offer, and that we've been talking about it for months. Doesn't sort of like hasn't solidified 100 units is where we have to go. We've been talking about it for months, and nothing happens until it happens now, and that we've committed to it.
Oh, and also on Springline, it had that lower density, only 20 units were BMR. And so I'm thinking about this, that's another one of those points that I have, is that we have an opportunity to add in more mixed income, a mixed development, which I think is something that I'd like to see more of in our community.
I would love to see that too. How are you going to get it with this new market rate development? Springline is, even the BMR units, they were having trouble filling because they were so expensive. And everything goes up from there. And I think that they have filled all the units. I think they've been very successful there, and I applaud what they're doing. But I don't see that as working throughout the city. And I certainly don't see it bringing us housing at all different levels. I see it as bringing us more luxury housing.
I hear you, and I want to note that there were also issues with the BMR process and with the changeover from House Key to another one that made it difficult to do the BMR. So more
don't
folks
think
would have
so.
been
I think it
accessible
was
to the
that
housing.
the BMRs, I believe, I think perhaps Vice Mayor Taylor looked at it as well, but I believe they're over $3,000 a month, which is difficult.
So I appreciate this conversation. I didn't bring the housing element with me tonight. But if memory serves me correctly, we have RENA of like 1,200 to 1,400 affordable units, that 1,500 that we need to meet in districts 2 through 5. And when I did the analysis on my own early on and was looking at, which parcels are going to give us that 100% affordable, we're looking at the downtown parking lots. I know there was a gentleman here tonight who has concerns about that, and we are talking about replacement parking, and that is a baked-in program of the housing element. And if we took that out of the housing element, our housing element, I think, would fall apart and become not compliant, or whatever the term is. But if we're looking at the downtown parking lots and a few other projects here and there, we have a lot of affordable units, and I don't think 100% affordable projects it has to be a multi-strategy, a multi-pronged strategy to get us to our arena. And I think we need to look at market rate to get inclusionary units. And I can't agree more with Councilmember Dorr that, we're talking all about how much we want retail and we want community serving retail. The way you get that is by having humans and people, and we need people of all ages and incomes downtown to enable that. And then hopefully the market, and we won't have to come up with all this regulation to try to force retail, because people will want to flock here because we have a clientele that's going to frequent all these wonderful places. So I really see this density being very important for our community. And so I'm hearing two people over here. So I'm curious to hear, Vice Mayor Taylor, where you're at. And then I think we're going to end up needing someone will make a motion and we'll see where we're at.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I am stuck in the middle. Honestly, my initial thought, and this was when we discussed this back in August, was to go whatever the maximum amount of units, if the goal is to actually build the housing. And realistically, I'm not sure that will happen. Just thinking about we have produced more market rate housing. We don't need to produce any more. And the idea that we can't create affordable housing unless we have inclusionary, which means build 80, if we were zoned at 100 units an acre everywhere in the city, 80 units would be not affordable and 20 units would be affordable. So getting to that magic number of 1,200 affordable units would take us so many projects. So I'm honestly stuck in the middle. I think we should have the same amount of, I think we should have the same policy in every area in Menlo Park. So 100 units an acre was good for Bayfront, so 100 units an acre is good for the rest of Menlo Park. I do believe that. I'm not sure if it's going to get us to our arena is a challenge. Yeah, so I'm literally stuck in the middle.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for accepting the specific plan with the current proposed density. And I'm curious if there's anything else I should clarify for staff as I make that motion. The changes, the small changes at the bottom of page C 1.124, was it?
The changes that were shown on the screen that were proposed by Councilmember Nash were to page C 1-111. That was just to remove from the last full paragraph, the first sentence of that paragraph moves to the end. And then there was the change to, on page C 1-125, the last paragraph there that runs over to the next page. To the first sentence was put back in. And then the last sentence, with the exception of the, I crossed it out, so I can't even read it. A portion of that sentence was removed regarding residential, and it does apply to the sentence would read any development proposal that would result in more commercial development, et cetera.
Yes, with those three small changes.
If I may, there was one additional staff recommended change in the presentation. I'm happy to bring that up again with clarifications at the bottom of the table of development standards, specifying that office and medical office development is limited to essentially the FAR that currently exists in the specific plan and not subject to any bonuses or increases above that.
Thank you. Yes, inclusive of that as well.
Can I ask a quick question? Aside from the three sub-districts of the specific plan, is there any other zoning in the city that hits, aside from grandfathered in Bayfront developments, that hits 100 dwelling units an acre? Like as it relates to opportunity size, and again, would just be talking about market rate housing.
Right. No, outside of what's proposed here for the specific plan and the RMU. No.
So there's none, Councilmember Dorr, in your district, if staff is to be accurate. So why not propose this in your district if you're so committed to it? If you so think it's what's going to be needed to bring in inclusionary housing. I haven't seen that. But very clear, as I said before, that's the history of Menlo Park.
So I'm going to be seconding Councilmember Dorr's motion. A couple of things, and I hear you, Vice Mayor Taylor, about is this even going to get us there? I think having even a lower density is not going to make it more likely that we're going to get there. And then another thing is market rate housing is sometimes talked about like it's the boogeyman. But what we're looking at is increasing housing supply, and supply and demand, I think applies to housing at some degree if you have enough. And folks that currently have put pressure on some neighborhoods of Menlo Park could have more opportunity of where they want to live, which would put less pressure on our existing housing supply. So I don't think it's a bad thing to add supply in order to help folks afford to have a place to live, like the gentleman that we heard from many hours ago who had to move to Redwood City because he just found finding a place to live in Menlo Park harder than finding a place to live in New York City. And I think that's from decades of not having enough housing supply. And so I think this is part of the correction in that, and for all the other reasons mentioned, I think we need housing at all income levels, and this is the right move. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I would just like to add that setting a density at 70, which is double what it currently is, does not block market rate housing.
Just had a one thing, well, actually a few things to add. And that is, you can use the Bayfront as an example. This comes down to providing housing for folks who can afford it. And right now we know that our BMR rates are not affordable. So we can build 1,000 units, 800 are market rate, 200 are below market rate, and still the folks that we are trying to house, the gentleman that moved to Redwood City, still can't afford to stay in Menlo Park. So it's not just about building it, it's about creating truly affordable units. And right now we don't have them, which is one of the reasons why we've had such a high displacement in District 1, is because nothing is affordable. Because what people earn, even our own employees, isn't enough to live off of. So there's more than an issue of just building the units. So I don't believe adding to our market rate is going to help the market so that somebody who makes under, say, 100% AMI can afford to stay in Menlo Park. I just don't think
But
that's.
how does allowing less housing help it?
The housing that is built has to be made truly affordable, whether you have 1 unit or 1,000 units. It comes down to what people can afford. To me, it's not about the number, and we'll see that. We've already seen it. In fact, I don't know when 600 apartments will be online that Greystar are building. I think it's more than that. And how many of those are actually going to be affordable? And how many of them are actually going to provide a home for a resident in Menlo Park that's about to be displaced? It's highly unlikely. So that's why I'm stuck between the two, because I don't even believe that what we're doing is actually going to help the residents that we want to help. Which is why Councilmember Combs says it's an exercise.
I appreciate that, Vice Mayor Taylor, and I'm curious from staff on the dais, we've mentioned before a desire to relook at our BMR process and guidelines and rates. And I'm curious when and how. Is this another black box for 2024, or where and how is there a moment for us to revise that to say, hey, maybe we need to look at what that percentage is to actually be affordable for residents who want to come and or want to stay in Menlo Park?
Program H4B in the housing element sets a timeframe that within 2 years of housing element adoption, we would modify the BMR guidelines. So that essentially would open that process up and evaluate the things that are being discussed right now.
Including setting a lower limit on or requiring rents to be lower for BMR?
Yeah, I think that could be discussed as part of it.
Okay, that's helpful. And that makes me more hopeful too about how we're setting ourselves up for success as we make those changes. Thank you.
Okay, so I do believe there's a motion and a second on the floor. So City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So yes, I have a motion by City Council Member Doer and a second by Mayor Willison to adopt a resolution amending the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan with edits to sections 2 and 5 of Exhibit A and staff's updated related to Max FAR as presented on slide 19. Both of those will be attached. Any further City Council question or discussion?
I'd like to have a friendly amendment. And that is that 2 years is too late. And I don't know how many units will be completed within 2 years in the Bayfront. So we'll have some examples. 2 years is too late, too long to update the BMR policy. So the friendly amendment is that we do it sooner, much sooner.
I would only add that like if the idea is about the update to the BMR unit to or the BMR as it relates to targeting lower incomes, those are always trade-offs, right? And it is not as if you get that same number of units at that lowest income level. And so it's to make it seem as though it's going to be an academic debate and we just sort of decide where we want to put that needle and we want to sort of have rents be charged less is not, I think, to be honest, about what the debate is, because the other end of that is going to be developers who are going to want more as it relates to what bonuses and benefits that they get. If you're saying that like we want more of the extremely low income targeted, but it's not going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, and it's going to be like, okay, if it's like moderately low income, 2 units will become 1 extremely low unit. But it becomes an economic calculus, and I just want to be clear about that. We can have whatever debate we want, but I don't really think the economics are going to change.
So staff, I'm not sure how to incorporate Vice Mayor Taylor's friendly amendment, because I don't know if it's, because right now we're looking to adopt a resolution, and that sounds like direction. I mean, I'm supportive of bringing it forward earlier, but I don't know if we can include it in the resolution. Okay. So then we'll proceed as is with the resolution on the floor, and then with support for with Vice Mayor Taylor's desire to see that sooner. If understanding there might be trade-offs about workload and whatnot.
Sure, thank you. And that could be considered as part of the housing element itself, since that is a program, and if that is a change that the council would like to see.
Thank you. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council members Nash and Combs dissenting.
Okay. That was topic number 4. We are now moving on to our 5th topic of the evening. A lot of paperwork here. So our 5th topic of the evening is ministerial review, which is associated with attachment G. And bear with me for a second. H4Q is the program we are basing this off of. Mr. Smith, this is to comply with state law, is it not? Is there any discretion we have in this?
You're correct. This is essentially a requirement of state law that we abide by these requirements for reuse sites. So.
Okay, so attachment G, this ordinance, then I'll go ahead and move it, since it doesn't sound like we have a lot of discretion on this. So I'm moving attachment ordinance related to ministerial approval. Okay, Vice Mayor Taylor just seconded.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 16.08 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to allow by right processing for certain housing developments. Any further city council question or discussion?
Yes, please. So is there anything we can add to this at all, or is this strictly by the state mandate? What I'm really wondering is there, well, some of it may be that I don't fully understand how all of this works. But if there is a base level, there's a base density, the developer needs to build at that at the base density or at the minimum density. If they're only building housing on a quarter of the project, how does that get allocated? Is it just that whatever a quarter of the acreage is then set as the base density?
City Clerk Karen, did we have to vote to extend the meeting?
I believe we kind of did before we took.
Covered that. Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
Yeah, we did get a consensus to.
Thank you so much. Just want to make
Continue.
sure we're not doing anything.
I appreciate you
Thank
checking.
you.
Right. Thank you for your patience as we discuss this. So for the reuse sites, there's a certain number of units that we've allocated in the sites inventory for those sites. So if they were to develop at least 20% of that unit total affordable to lower income households, then they would be subject to that ministerial by right review.
And is there anything, one of the sites is the Cortana site or Big Five Staples Bevmo. Is there anything we can do to require retail there if they don't go 100% housing? If they do go, I know it cannot interfere with housing, but is there anything we can do, or are we locking ourselves in at this point? I know we just had this conversation about the other sites. Just, I don't want to miss any opportunity.
All right. It would require some additional noticing because we have not discussed it this way or included this in any previous outreach to property owners. But the way that it's set up in the housing element sites inventory, and this is specific to the Big Five Shopping Center, 700 El Camino Real is the address we have. That is a 6.2 acre site, and we've designated the developable area as 2 acres of the site. And so the provisions for the reuse sites could be applied to only 2 acres of the site. And then for the remaining 4.2 acres, there could be stipulations around replacement of certain uses, clarification about what uses may be applied, but we would need to notice that and make the public aware of that before we could proceed.
And given that there are 5 sites, that seems like a fairly finite situation? Because there's Ducky's, Sultana, Big 5, and I don't know if anyone else looked up the other 2. I've got it somewhere.
I believe for each of the other, so for the other 4 sites, I believe the site inventory utilizes the full acreage of those sites. And so those, we have less ability to make any modifications there, control what happens since we've included the entire parcel area. It's the 700 El Camino Real parcel specifically that we listed the developable area as less than the total parcel area.
So it's just that one site that this really would apply to. And if we proceed tonight without as is, can we do that next week or something like that? Or do we need to hold on this one site? Or what do you recommend?
I appreciate this inquiry, Councilmember Nash, and the desire to hold on to important retail, especially as we think about all the new community members we're adding here. I understand why you're doing this, and I support this, and I'm curious too. Thank you for keeping us true to this. Thank you.
Routine.
Apologies, Mayor Wilson, members of the city council. There's a little bit of mental gymnastics going on over here to be able to address what I understand to be Councilmember Nash's question. And first, let me see if I can rephrase the question appropriately. So as I understand it, you're specifically concerned about one of the reuse sites that is also a mixed use site. So has the requirements, as you're well aware, of 100% residential is allowed. If you're going to do mixed use, you have to allow 50% of the floor area to be utilized for housing. We have to require that. When you just took action to adopt the changes to the specific plan, that change allows for 100% residential use on this site, I believe. And I'm looking to Mr. Smith and to confirm that that's accurate. So that goes into effect immediately because those changes were adopted by resolution. We were talking about whether you could limit the residential capacity to what's needed to meet your lower income RHNA, which is the 2 acres of this site, and then require that the existing residential, or excuse me, retail uses continue on the remainder of the site. But I believe that the action that you just took on the specific plan amendments already allows 100% residential use. So that would be a change that would be inconsistent with that resolution that was just adopted.
So I understand, and if that's one thing, if they do intend to do 100% housing, but if they don't and they end up with a mixed use plan, if they in fact do even redevelop, is there any way to have basically require the existing retail there in such a situation that they don't, if they're not using it for 100% housing?
So, Councilmember Nash, apologies again. I believe we could come back to you with a requirement to retain the commercial uses on the remaining portion of that site that's not being utilized for residential development or for lower income RHNA capacity. But we really have to look at that. And the fact that we're having to do this much discussion, at the staff level right now really leads me to believe we need to bring back a more solid answer for you on that. These changes that are in this attachment G that you're considering tonight are mirroring statutory requirements. So I don't think that the answer to your question is going to change what we're talking about with respect to attachment G. But there could be further clarification about that specific site and what portions of the site can be utilized for what purposes, and that could be brought back to you.
Is this an ordinance or a resolution that we're doing right now?
Attachment G is
Yes.
an ordinance.
So we already have a second bite if need be next week?
You will have a second reading, but I don't think that we would be having any modifications to the text of the ordinance. This is just statutorily required.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is what we're doing tonight wouldn't even need revisiting because what we're talking about with the retail is in addition to what we're doing tonight.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need a refresher, City Clerk Karen. Where are we at with making motions and things like that?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So I do have a motion by Mayor Willison and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 16.08 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to allow by right processing for certain housing developments.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Okay, so we've got a vote in front of us.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to our 6th item, which is attachment H, which corresponds to our housing element program H4T, which is creating a residential overlay over 4, I believe, housing element sites that allow residential but retain the underlying zoning designation. I feel like all these things are similar, but a little different. And the map associated with the 4 parcels that we're doing this to are in the presentation on page 21, which look like, is that the Sharon Heights? No, what is that yellow one up in Sharon Heights? Is that, Mr. Smith, can you just remind us what these 4 parcels are in language that residents wouldn't understand and relate to? I think I see USGS down by Middlefield.
Right. There's a couple of residential developments at 350 Sharon Park Drive and 600 Sharon Park Drive. I think one is Sharon Green Apartments and the other is blanking at this hour. And then the USGS site at 345 Middlefield Road. And then there's, I believe, an office development at 2200 Sand Hill Road.
Okay. So does anyone have any comments or questions about enabling residential development at these sites? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So there is a maximum density for the sites. Is it possible to have a minimum density, or does that make sense in this situation?
So, sort of similar to the specific plan area where there's the 20 dwelling unit per acre minimum threshold. Is that what you mean?
Yes. And I'm looking at page 136, number 8, density, where it gives the maximum density for the sites.
Yeah, I believe that that could be modified to require a minimum.
So we're looking at page 136. Which item was it? Number 8, density, the maximum density, 30 units an acre, and then 40 units an acre. And you're proposing a minimum density of 20 units an acre?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we were using in the downtown
Exactly.
specific plan. Any unintended consequences we should be thinking about at this late hour from staff?
I can't think of any potential issues that that might create.
So just to clarify, you're proposing reducing the density, the base density required? And I'm
No,
just-
I'm proposing adding a minimum density.
Yes, that makes sense to me.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Is there any appetite to increase the maximum density?
Would that fit in what we've been
That-
doing?
That may get us back into CEQA territory with evaluating additional density on sites that we hadn't looked at.
But it's okay to have a minimum density?
Yeah, the minimum density, yeah, that would be covered.
I appreciate where you're going, Vice Mayor Taylor, but given the late hour and I just would be nervous about making that kind of change without just process.
Another question on this document, if I may, on this section, under open space number 7, which is page C 1.140, it mentions that a minimum of 25% of any landscaping removed would be replaced on the parcel. And that sounds similar to a previous conversation many hours ago about the desire to retain open space. And I'm curious if there's any more insight you all could add here.
This was added in, some of these sites have developable land that is currently not occupied by buildings. In order to fit a new residential building on the site, like that could feasibly be constructed, there is the potential for the loss of landscape area. And so 25% was sort of a minimum amount that could be required to be added back. That wouldn't necessarily throw off an entire development plan for some of these sites that have more constrained development areas.
Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, just so I can understand with regards to the USGS campus, how large is it? Is it like 13 acres? Is it 18?
It's like
Is it
17 acres?
17, yeah. And so like 5 acres, it's kind of low as far as if you think of for this overlay. And so so 5 acres, which is part of this overlay, be available for residential development, right? And so again, for such a large parcel, it seems like we're reserving not even 50% of it for residential development. Given that we talk a lot about the need to increase residential development. And so then my question is, I know also what's at play, I think, with USGS is something we did in connection with zoning some portion of it for the school district, or possible use by a school district. And is that at play here, and how many acres does that represent that would we have sort of dedicated for a possible school usage?
I don't think we dedicated anything. I
Sure.
think there were comments made on the dais a while back that 10 acres was like a
But-
desire. I guess I shouldn't have answered that. Sorry. that's a
Not
staff
dedicate, but
question.
we certainly like voted on something other than
I'll
a
ask
wish.
Mr. Smith. Sorry, I shouldn't have jumped in, but
No, you're right. There was a discussion around, and a number of 10 acres was kind of thrown out there as part of that discussion. And I think that 5-acre development for residential was considered based on that as part of the overall mix. We have since heard from the school district that they're, I think, a little more flexible on what that amount would be. But 10 was the number that stuck in our minds as well.
and isn't it that housing opportunity sites, although I don't think USGS is out, we're between like a half an acre and, oh, that was half an acre and 2 acres or 5 acres? Was that in there?
I believe it's half an acre and 10 acres.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
So what exactly happened?
I was trying to think there was like that sweet spot of a size of a site
Oh,
that
okay.
makes it more eligible, more probable to develop as affordable. And I think that was the carve out, was
Mhm.
trying to match up with that. I seem to remember some discussion somewhere. But to your point about USGS, I know there was an appetite from some development community for the council to update the public and the watchers to signal where we're currently at with our thoughts on that site. And I don't know if you wanted to go there now at midnight, or.
I didn't want to go there, but I did want to understand where we had already went, which I don't remember. And if someone could, like, what exactly did we do? Does some portion of that site have to be or used for a public by a public school district, or is it just with that we said something we'd like to see?
I believe it was just a discussion. There was not a direction as part of that when council last visited the topic, probably over a year ago.
So, but the underlying zoning is PF,
Right.
And so if a developer purchased it, wanted to do something other than the 5 units of affordable housing, that wasn't going to be a public facility, they'd have to come for a rezoning. And I think what had happened was we said, we want like about 5 acres of housing and affordable housing, and we want about 10 acres of a school site, and we want, and someone's going to pay $120 million for it or something. And everyone was like, what does that leave me? So I think that's where the confusion is. And at some point we should talk about it. But I don't know if we're at that point tonight.
Okay, totally fair. But just wanted to, so the city hasn't committed any, and again, I know it's public facility now, it's still owned by the federal government. But the city council has not committed itself to any, other than this overlay, any usage of that campus.
Yeah, I think we've sent a lot of confusing signals.
Okay.
We haven't, if anything, we've done the opposite of communicate. We've like confused everyone and ourselves.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say. Okay, cool,
so,
thanks.
Okay. And I know the development community loves uncertainty, so there's that. Okay, so going back to attachment H, this ordinance, was there some change that we were making? Councilmember Nash, did you want to be the motion maker since you might know what you're going after?
Sure, I would move this forward with adding a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre unless, well, feel free to jump in if there's any better number. Thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash and a second by City Council Member Doer to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance creating Chapter 16.95 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to establish a residential overlay, adding a minimum density of 20 DC or DU by dash AC. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. I can't believe it, but we've reached the final topic of the evening, which is our family daycare homes attachment I, which corresponds to Housing Element Program H2F. And I'm confirming with Mr. Smith that this is again a statutory requirement to put us into compliance with state law.
That's correct. We're just bringing our existing code into compliance.
Okay, so, oh, look at that. Oh, boy. Can you announce your motions and your seconds, please? I'm really excited about them.
So if I can get verbal.
I'll make the motion.
I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by City Council Member Doer to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 16.04 and 16.08 of Title 16, the Menlo Park Municipal Code to establish daycare homes as permitted use in any residential district. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. And I will turn to staff to confirm accuracy with the motions we've taken. Fabulous. Mayor Willison, please continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So my question to staff is, have we missed anything? If my memory serves me right, we are on track, having done our first readings, for our second readings to occur next week on the 5th, and to get this done. Is there anything else we need to do?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Yes, that is correct. The intent would be to bring back, so this evening, the resolutions that were adopted for the general plan and for the specific plan are effective immediately. We'll bring back the ordinances for the December 5th hearing on the consent calendar for that second reading and adoption.
Thank you. And I know it's late, but there was also several pieces of direction that we had thrown out at you. I don't know if anyone was keeping a running list, just to read it back to us.
So on my list, I have looking at the CMU neighborhood mixed use district and some form of overlay similar to like a Main Street overlay that we have downtown. Potentially exploring incentives to encourage development of retail. No.
I think that was part of the larger, yes.
Part
I
of the
would say-
overall discussion.
Okay, I'm seeing 2 no's here. Okay, I think it's getting late. Yeah, let's not go there right now. That's fine.
And then another item I had was green and sustainable building provisions updates for zoning districts citywide.
That's a longer
then
term. And then
The BMR
BMR, thank you.
updates. Did we miss
I think
anything?
that one of those, I don't know if it was the BMR, the anti-displacement was accelerating it. Although I know we keep saying that, but it might be the same thing you just said. It's a different way of saving it. Okay, so is there any direction? Yes, Councilmember Nash.
And also Big 5, preferably on a fast track if that's easy. Although I guess we need to decide that.
Was there any other direction that anyone mentioned they want to make sure was captured? Yeah, I think a lot of us don't remember. It's late. So I think with that, I on behalf of the city council, I think we just want to express, well, I want to express, and I'm just going to assume that they're going to join me in that, our deep appreciation and gratitude for getting us to this point and for all of your incredible hard work and attention to detail. This is incredibly comprehensive and monumental, and we appreciate all of the time and work that I know those of you at the desk, but you're representing a bunch of other staff members who have put in quite a bit of time. So please send our thank yous for getting us here, and for all the community members, again, who joined us in this long process. Again, it's hard to make everybody happy or anybody happy. But we're certainly trying our hardest, and we look forward to bright days ahead. Anyone want to say anything else? Okay, lots of thank yous. Councilmember Nash?
I want to thank you, especially for your patience and just working through everything with us, especially at this late hour.
I'm just looking to City Manager Murphy. Did we did what we needed to do?
Yes, again, thank you for your patience as well. We're working through everything, sticking through it. So thank you.
Okay, so it is 12:08 and I'm adjourning the meeting. Thank you.